Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Duncan, and I am the Behavioral Health and Wellness Training Coordinator for Western Tidewater. On behalf of Region 5, Western Tidewater CSB, I'd like to thank you for attending Finding Your Safe Zone with Talisa Beasley. There's a few housekeeping rules to keep in mind. I will be monitoring the TAT, as will Ms. Beasley. There will be a 1-hour lunch break, and there will be two 15-minute breaks. You must be present to receive your CE. This will be recorded, as we've already gone over. At the conclusion of the training, I'll remind you of this at the end. Please, in the chat, put your name and your email, your last name and your first name and your email, so that we can get you your CE. And I'm going to pass you on to Talisa. I do have one quick announcement, though. If you had attended the last ethics training on May 31st, Ms. Hatfield has not forgotten the CE. They just don't have it yet from DBHDS. So as soon as she receives it, she is going to pass along that CE to all of you. I'm going to admit the rest of the people in the waiting room and pass it along to Ms. Talisa. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Glad to have you with us today. We are going to be quite packed out, looks like. We've got quite a few people still coming in. And I'm excited to get into this conversation with everyone today. So just want to wish you a good training. It will be an interactive training. I know we have a lot of people with their cameras off. We're going to ask if you can to turn your cameras on. This is an interactive training and a discussion. If you're driving, I see some people driving, just be safe. Please don't pay attention to the camera because we don't want any accidents. But this will be an interactive training with discussion that is going on today. So we definitely want you to be part of our discussion. As mentioned, we're going to have two breaks, one at 10:30, the other this afternoon at 2:30, to give us a chance to take a break. It will be a little tweak of lunch, maybe about 1 hour and 10 minutes. So we'll take lunch about 11:50 and come back at 1 o'clock, have our second break at 2:30, and then we'll conclude by 4 o'clock. So a lot of information to get through, but as I said, it will be a discussion today. So I'm glad to have you be part of our group today, and we'll get started. So I'm going to go to share my screen so that we can start our discussion. So as we enter in our conversation today, ethics is always very, 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 very popular because it is something we all need to renew our licensure. So I understand why this group is so large, because I know you guys are close to a time of renewal. So we want to make this fun today. This is going to be a lot of fun in our discussion and give us a chance to explore ethics from a different perspective today. Okay, so as we mentioned, we're going to have our breaks actually about 9 a.m. This is a little off. At 9 a.m. today, we're starting. Every 90 minutes, we'll have a break. Lunch is at 11:50, and we'll end at about 4 o'clock. Please make sure to take care of yourselves during our training today. If you have to use the restroom, feel free to go. The only thing that I will ask is that everyone put themselves on mute so that we don't have background noises that interrupt our group today. As mentioned, they asked for your name and your email address so that you can make sure that you get credit for attending today. So I want to get a chance to introduce myself. Name is Talisa Beasley. I am a licensed professional counselor and mental health counselor. I'm licensed in the state of Georgia and Hawaii. I have been working in critical crisis work for 20 plus years. I will admit counseling has been a second career. I actually came from healthcare, working ER and things of that nature. And have my own practice in the Atlanta area called Change Counseling. Coming from healthcare has given me more of a well-rounded view of mental health, seeing the physical side as well as the mental health side so that we can put it together. It does help when you have that background, because when you communicate with others, mainly physicians or case managers, we can kind of have more of a well-rounded discussion to help the clients that we're working with. I also did a little stint in risk management, where I worked in insurance and issues that would go on with corporations when it came to risk management issues. So that was really helpful in helping me to create this presentation, because it helps us to understand what happens in the event that something goes wrong. How do we put things in place to make sure that the client is taken care of, but also to make sure that we're taken care of. Substance abuse, worked a lot with. Currently, right now, I'm also doing mobile crisis work, which of course is suicide work and working with clients in the community who are in a crisis at that moment. Done a lot of work in domestic violence, as well as working with women and couples and families as well. In addition, I also work with DEI and B, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in corporate settings with leaders, really helping them to create the environments that are good for the employees within their company. Okay, that's a bit of what I do. I want to get a chance to meet some of you, and just for about maybe 5 or 10 minutes, get a chance to know your name, your license, what you do for your company, your interest in taking this workshop. Again, we all need ethics, but what made you pick this one and what you would like to take away. So I'm going to stop share for a second. If you can raise your hand, let me know if you want to share, just to introduce yourself. That would help us to get to know you, because we're all going to be having a discussion today. So who'd like to introduce themselves? Charles Stamper.
Good morning. I didn't think I'd be the first person. I clicked the button too fast. So I am I work at Western Tidewater Community Services Board. I'm the operations manager for the Sergeant Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program, which is for veterans in suicide prevention. The reason I wanted to take this course is because I am interested in pursuing greater levels when it comes to mental health awareness and suicide prevention. My background is retired military, retired Air Force, and law enforcement. So now being on this side of the aisle, or this side of the tracks, so to speak, I want to broaden my understanding of this area. So that was my reason for taking this course.
Absolutely. And Charles, I'm just curious, did you serve in the military?
Yes, I'm retired Air Force.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for your service and the interest. So glad to see people on that side to kind of help in that area. So we definitely need that. Thank you so much, Charles. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Jimmy Richardson.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Jimmy Richardson. I'm a certified registered peer specialist, forensic peer specialist, and I work here at the Hampton VA Medical Center. I've been a peer in long-term recovery for about 5 years now. I'm also a veteran, and my background also is law enforcement, and I've done, and the reason I'm taking ethics is for sure is one that we have to have it, but I'm always trying to broaden my base to help in a way I can. This is a ministry to me. It's not just a profession. I'm always trying to help, and I'm always trying to educate myself.
Absolutely. Well, again, thank you for your service. And I think it's really great that you're trying to educate yourself, learn more. And it sounds like you really have a heart to help people. So that's really good. Thank you, Jimmy. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So as you can see, if anyone else wants to raise their hand and introduce yourselves, let me know. But as you can see, a lot of people look for learning more about ethics. Sometimes, again, we just take it because we have to have it. But at the same time, understanding what ethics is and what it does to our industry. So learning more. I have sometimes when I do this training, people who are retired. and are no longer in practice, but still want to keep their licensure up. And they'll say to me, you know, I want to learn what the new things are because things are changing rapidly. While we sit here right now, things are being created. So understanding what changes are going on in the industry is really, really, really important. So I'm gonna go back to the presentation. And we're going to talk about our objectives today. So we're going to explore ethical and moral principles regarding boundary setting. We'll examine the need for boundaries in clinical and private practice settings. That does not mean if you're working for an agency that this does not apply. We will talk from all avenues. We'll discuss technology and how it affects boundary settings, identify ethical, financial dilemmas, and how it affects the therapeutic relationship. We'll investigate how practitioner impairment will impact the therapeutic relationship. So as you can see, we're going to have lots of conversation around what goes on within clinical settings. Okay. So think about ethics. Ethics is about our rules of conduct in our profession. Okay. What rules we have, what helps our profession to do really well, right? No practice or agency is the same, but then what's important to recognize is this is a discussion because most of our therapeutic organizations operate differently. So we can't turn to page 325, section B and say, this is what we follow, because all of us are going to be doing something different. Okay, so keep in mind as we broaden your perspective about what ethics is, think about it from your perspective and the agencies and experiences that you have within your agencies that help you to see ethics in a different light. Okay, so today's conversation is mostly about you. You're the focus. You're where we're going to take this. What do I experience? I know a lot of times when we go to school for counseling or do work in mental health, the focus has always been the client. Don't harm the client. Keep the client's information safe. Those things we know by heart. We can talk about them all the time. What I've noticed a lot is we don't have enough discussions about how to be safe in our environments for self. Okay, so that's why today's conversation is about how do you find that safe zone within the work that you do. And I want to focus on the word zone. There's an area of which you remain safe. When we step outside of that zone, then the risk factor begins to go up a little higher. Okay, so I always like to begin with humor. You see this cartoon, and it looks like it's a therapy session, but there's no therapist in the chair. There's the area where the client is, and it appears that the therapist is sitting on the side, but there's no guarantee that that's a therapist because the therapist could be laying back and the client can be sitting up writing something. So as I mentioned with this cartoon, we're not sure who the therapist is and who is the client. We can assume the therapist is the one with the therapist is the one sitting on side of the chair, and that the client is the one leaning back. But there's no guarantee of that. The challenge here is the boundaries that clearly have been crossed, and both are sitting on the chair, but no one is sitting in the therapist chair. So sometimes in the course of when we see our clients, it may be an issue of boundaries being crossed. So that's what we want to focus on today, paying attention to boundaries that have been crossed. And if we get our boundaries clear, then we're able to maintain good space between each other, but also to maintain proper ethics in how we see our clients. Okay. But let's be honest, violations happen every day. It impacts clients as well as providers. This is an article here that talked about, how many violations happen in mental health settings. But think about, honestly, we come from a medical model. How many violations happen in medical, in healthcare? They happen all the time. The goal of having ethics is to minimize the violations that occur. But without learning about ethics, we struggle with learning nuances, things that are going on. How do we put things in place so that we're able to successfully see our clients and help them get what they need, but at the same time, making sure we're in a safe space that we're not violating. So big violations we know about. The Me Too movement, really big. And a lot of people thought, okay, that's just in corporate. No, this was all over. Me Too was a major violation where finally victims felt safe to be able to say, yes, I've been victimized. Yes, this happened to me. Cases came up all of a sudden, and now we're trying cases that are 20 years old. And I'm not sure of how you see it. Some people feel like, 20 years old, why are we still discussing it? But a victim is a victim. And in this era, people felt safe to finally say, I've been a victim. I've been victimized. This is why we talk about ethics on a regular. In no matter what industry, there's some sort of continuing ed. Discussing what's happening. Are we treating things correctly? Do we have the right policies in place? What are we doing about protecting the client as well as protecting ourselves? So I'd like to pose, are we really having the right discussions when we talk about ethics? You cannot have ethics without discussing boundaries. You're going to be discussing boundaries. How do we put things in place? Things have a beginning and an ending. So I would pose that boundaries are a way of life. They're a way of our personal life. They're a way of our business life. Having the right discussions. There are sometimes that things are created in ethics that are gray. And I'm not really sure how to implement this because it's unclear. This is where boundaries comes into the discussion, helping us recognize what needs to be put here so that things maintain and do well going forward. Okay, so this is our quote for today. I want you all to start thinking about this. A lack of boundaries invites a lack of respect. A lack of boundaries invites a lack of respect. We're going to come back to this quote by the end of our training today and see if your ideology has changed a little bit about this. But I want you to keep this in the back of your mind. A lack of boundaries invites a lack of respect. So Webster's dictionary defines respect as a condition of being honored and esteemed, being held in high esteem. When boundaries are not respected, chaos is bound to follow. What makes this important is when we don't have things in place, we cannot be surprised when things happen. So think about that personally. Think about your personal lives at home. In your home, we have rules in our home. Rules would be similar to boundaries. This is what we do. This is what we don't do. We set up rules because we want things to flow correctly. In our industry, we've seen houses where there were no rules, and usually there's chaos. So we have to think about that. If that is correct, then boundaries is part of everything that we do. Look at the rules when we drive. Certain lanes you can get in. There's a stop sign, there's a red light, yellow light, green light. It's appropriate to pass at this time. It's inappropriate to pass at this time. Lights need to come on at night so that you can see, but that we can also see you. Okay, so rules are something that we talk about on a normal basis. Or boundaries. Great book to get if you want to get, called Boundaries by Dr. Henry Cloud and Dr. Townsend. In this book, he says boundaries help us to identify where we begin and where you end. When the space is identified, responsibility sets the stage for ways to keep it safe. I want to point out that part, responsibility enters. It enters the discussion. What happens next? What do we do next? Boundaries encourages you to recognize where you begin and where you end. What I notice sometimes when it comes to the type of work that we do, particularly with our clients and even sometimes with practitioners, is we have an expectation that this client is going to do this, or the client has an expectation that you're going to do this without even discussing it. The only time discussion enters is when one or the other does not meet the expectation. Give an example. Anytime therapy is mentioned on any TV show or movie, someone's laying on a couch. They've seen it enough. That's the expectation they have. So when a client sees you for the first time, they're expecting a couch that they lay on. And when I was 12, this happened to, they're expecting that. What we have to do is help them recognize that's TV and movies that may not actually be true. A lot of times when I see clients in my practice, the first time they come to see me, I'll ask them how they're feeling when the session is over. And they say, oh my goodness, this was really good. I was thinking I was going to come lay on a sofa and I was going to have a bad diagnosis. And this was really good. So in the beginning, I help them understand this is how the session will go. And then they're pleased at the end, this was good. So boundaries, again, helping them to recognize what's going to work, what's going to happen, and what's not going to happen. Okay, and we'll talk a little bit more about the sessions as we go on. So in this same book, he says boundaries do not develop on their own, they're built. They're put together. The ethics that were put together by our state boards, put together. How are we going to operate? And sometimes when things are put together and not very clear, then we deal with gray matter. Okay, and we'll get to that when we start talking about what happens in the session. What do I do in this area? Because this doesn't address this. That's the gray area we're going to be talking about. Okay, so if boundaries are necessary and they must be built, then the need for boundaries to ethics, where ethics is the foundation of the building, boundaries begins to set the structure. Think of a house that's being built. Foundation is established first. The boundaries come into play when you start setting the stage. The bathroom goes here, the kitchen goes here, the bedrooms go here. Okay, each begins to start setting the stage for the client-practitioner relationship, how to avoid being harmed. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. We're building as we go throughout this training today. What are we putting in place? For some that work for agencies, things are already established once you work for the agency. But then you have to work within the agency. So you're determining, okay, what can I do? What can't I do? Okay. Famous practitioner. She has been on many shows, particularly Oprah Winfrey Show when it used to be on, but has many books that a lot of us know about. And this is Brene Brown. I love Brene Brown. But she spoke on boundaries, and I want you guys to hear what she said. So I'm going to stop this share and go back in for a second just to make sure that the sound is on. Yes. Okay. So we're going to listen to her video and talk about it after we're done.
One of the most shocking findings of my work was the idea that the most compassionate people I have interviewed over the last 13 years were also the absolutely most boundaried. Because
most boundary.
So I'll give you a great definition of the definition of boundary that I use in the book. Boundary is simply what's okay and what's not okay. What I think we do is we don't set boundaries. We let people do things that are not okay or get away with behaviors that are not okay. Then we're just resentful and hateful. Me, I'd rather be loving and generous and very straightforward with what's okay and what's not okay. And I did not, that I learned from the research. I was the exact opposite. I assumed for the first 35 years of my life that people were sucking on purpose just to piss me off. That's what I assumed. Whether it was someone who worked for me or it was someone family member who was constantly like, I was always critical and judgy. And I was like, why are they choosing these things? Why are they making their choices? They should know better. And then when this thing came up from my therapist, what if people are doing the best they can? I thought, my husband had the most beautiful answer to that question. He said, I'll never know whether people are doing the best they can or not. But when I assume people are, it makes my life better.
All right. So I'm going to take this off share for a moment. Tell me what you heard. What did you hear Brene Brown say? You can raise your hand and let me know what you're thinking. She said, the most compassionate people are the most boundaried. What did you hear? Do you agree with that statement? Do you think she's off with that? Do we struggle with boundaries in our settings? Charles Stamper?
One of the things I heard and took away from that is, I like what her husband said, but I understand how sometimes how this can be, it can depend on your perspective and how you, at least from my perspective, my understanding, how you see things coming in. Because with the simple expression, I'm going to trust you until you give me a reason not to, versus I don't trust you until you prove that you can be trusted. So coming into the assumption that when someone is talking to me that they don't happen, from my perspective, to be, okay, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt up front, that that perhaps you aren't coming at me with the intention to be offensive or unethical or rude. I don't know where you're coming from. So let me give you the benefit of the doubt, versus just automatically having the assumption that this person is rude, this person is insensitive, this person is so on and so forth. So it really, I mean, that's something that came to mind when I was listening to his perspective, her husband's perspective on what she was saying.
Do you think that remember she said in the video, she felt that people were just trying to piss her off for no reason? Do you feel like, what did you think about that?
I can't say that I think some people may actually be treating people the way they feel. I mean, someone is coming to someone with a negative perspective or negative feelings in themselves. When they're talking to you, they may want you to know how they feel and feel how they feel. So that's how they're communicating. That doesn't mean that they're a bad person. That just means that that's where they are at that point in their life. So I'm not sure if the intent, I think there are people who have negative intentions and they want to do that, but maliciously, but I like to think that that people are just speaking from where they are.
Absolutely. Okay, great point. Thanks, Charles. Stacey Young.
So in context to what you were saying, I think when you have good boundaries and you kind of come into that framework, you're not caught up in resent and all that anger that we just talked about, or wondering people's motives. You're able to sort of accept people that this is the best they are right now. So I'm getting the best I can get at this moment. So it's not personal. It's not about me. And you kind of get out of your own feelings. If you kind of can carry around that perspective, you don't always internalize people's reactions towards you or those types of things. So it allows for that space for you to be more compassionate and loving and accepting of others, because you just said, this is where they are. This is not about me. I don't have to process all my internal stuff. And therefore my cup is a little bit more full to give to others in empathetic listening. So that's kind of what I took from it.
Absolutely. Okay, great perspective. Great perspective. It looks like Latasha, you had your hand up. Latasha Jones.
Yes. Yes. Can you
Yes,
hear
ma'am.
me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay. So I kind of agree and disagree with what Brene said. And it's only because I've heard something differently, like on Facebook, about boundaries. And I can't remember it verbatim, but it was something like boundaries are the behaviors that are like the expectations of what I would like to see. But basically, your response or my reaction is, like basically you're setting an expectation. Okay, I would like for this to happen, but if not, this is what I would do. So it's not really about the other person. It's about the behavior that you'll do if they can't meet that boundary or that expectation. And it's not like you're going to feel some type of way. It's just like, hey, if you can't meet this, then I'm going to do this instead.
Okay. I see your point. I'm curious to ask you, Latasha, since you were the last person to respond, how does that work in your opinion in the clinical setting? How do you see that necessarily playing itself out?
So I'm super new in the clinical setting. I'm still like in the shadowing stages. So I guess I could only assume that I think it would probably still work, depending on the type of clientele that you see. But say for instance, like with them arriving late. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, so say, okay, so the therapy session starts at 9 a.m. But I only will wait for 15 minutes. If not, then I will have to cancel our session and then move to the next client or reschedule you, something like that.
Absolutely. So when we begin to start setting these things, then we do have the expectation that this is what's going to happen. But if we don't have things set in stone, then we can't be surprised when the client acts out of sort, right? So typically when we walk in a doctor's office, there's usually a sign now that sits there that says, services are paid for at the time of service. It's there so that you can see that. That's a boundary that's being set, right? If it's not sitting there, then I can come with the assumption that, well, I thought I could just pay a little on it and just kind of go on from there and pay it next time. So it's sitting there for you to know. Nowadays, you also have doctor's offices that will say, if you need to cancel, please give us 24 hours notice so that we can do what we need to do and move your appointment because there is a fee attached. So in our setting, in a mental health setting, is that set so clients know? Or is it assumed? So we're looking at it from the perspective of what things are we setting in place in the clinical setting that helps the client to know, but also helps to communicate to them what we're trying to communicate. Personally, sure, boundaries, when I have that expectation of someone and that's not communicated to them, then assumptions are going to come in play. Okay, so we're primarily right now for this discussion looking at it from a clinical perspective. Somebody brings a phone into the session and they want to record the session. Have I spoken to that before? Has that been spoken to? They didn't know, so therefore they thought it was fine. So we begin to put things in place that help to help the client to recognize what's going to happen, also to give some credence to what we're looking forward to happening in our session. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the session, go back to the presentation. And we are taught consistently that we do no harm to our clients. The code of ethics, counselors act to avoid harming their clients, trainees, research partners, and to minimize or remedy unavoidable or unanticipated harm. We're usually taught this from the door, whether we're the counselor, whether we're people that work within the setting, we are to do clients no harm. We're taught that from the beginning. This would be classified as a boundary. It's an ethic that has been put together to say, this is what we're looking forward to happening. Okay, but sometimes what I notice when it comes to harm, we look at it from the perspective of just the client. Have I put myself in a place that I don't end up being harmed either? The title of this presentation is Finding That Safe Zone for the client as well as for me. I'll give an example. When I was doing therapy inside someone's home, driving to homes and doing therapy, children, a particular case happened where a child came home from school and I saw them when they came home from school. The parent was supposed to be home. She wasn't home yet. The child opened the door and said, "Oh, hi, Miss Beasley. My mom said it's okay to get started with counseling." And I said, "Okay, where's mom?" And he said, "She's not home yet." And I stood outside. I made the decision to stand outside, not come inside the home. And I said, "Well, let's call her." And he called her, put her on speaker, and she said, "Oh, Miss Beasley, I'm in traffic. I'm on my way. I'm about 10 minutes out." She said, "You can go ahead and get started." I said, "Not a problem. We can just wait for you. Not a problem. And when you get here, we'll start counseling." Now, the choice I made to not go inside this child's home without a parent. Unfortunately, we have situations where a child may accuse an adult of doing something inappropriate. Based on what I had presented in front of me, if I went inside this home, that could very possibly happen. So one, I wanted to call the parent to let them know that I had arrived. But the second reason was to let her know that I was not going to start without her being at the home. That was for my safety. I would not harm the child, but I wanted to make sure that I'm not in a situation that causes someone to question what's going on. Okay, so these are the things that we're looking at today from that perspective. How can we keep ourselves safe in these situations? All right, so a lot of times we're looking at our role in the relationship with clients. What's my role? What am I to do here? If I'm the therapist, I'm doing the therapy with the client. If I have another role, what is my role? When I'm not clear with that, then the opportunity or the risks for boundaries to be crossed goes up. I'm not clear. Should I be doing this? Should I not be doing this? Is this okay to do? Is this not okay to do? Same thing happens with clients. Is this okay to do or is this not okay to do? If I bring my phone into a session, is it okay to be able to video record the session? Sometimes, let's be honest, with our phones, we're not 100% if a client is recording. So maybe establishing a rule that maybe we turn our phones off when we're in session. These are the things that we start putting into place when we have our session. Okay. That helps clients to recognize, oh, this is not appropriate. It's not okay, especially now that we're in the age of video recordings and doing video sessions. What's okay, what's not. Okay, but the focus will always come back to doing clients no harm. Okay, helping to identify your role in a clinical relationship is helpful, as the therapeutic relationship is different than most relationships. Meaning, for clients, they assume if I tell something, you would then tell something. As your therapist, I'm your therapist, not your friend. That's different for most people because we're together, we're sharing things, but that hasn't been explained from the beginning. So I'm expecting you to share things. And when we come against that, the client is like, well, I don't understand. Helping to identify those roles. As your therapist, I'm here to assist you in doing the work that you need to do in your life. I'm here to help you with your things, not necessarily bringing all of my stuff into the session. Okay. So what's really important is in the process of the therapeutic relationship is beginning to develop trust. I believe trust is the cornerstone of a therapeutic relationship. Hard to build. Remember, we talked before earlier that a boundary is built. It's not just happening on its own, but can be torn down very, very easily. As a provider, do you believe there's trust with our clients? I trust that my client will do. Does the client trust you to do? They trust us to keep their information confidential. They trust us to be professional. They trust us to be on time. If we have a client who's consistently late, we have to revisit that. Tell me what's going on. Is this not a good time? When we don't discuss these boundaries, chaos is bound to follow. So what we want to start looking at is in this relationship with clients, if I'm a supervisor, do I trust what my team will do? When I was working in homes, do I trust what will happen when I go visit these homes? If the trust is not there, then we need to start exploring that again. Okay? So something to think about. What does your trust level look like when it comes to trusting your clients to do what's expected? Something to think about. How do you keep yourself safe in that therapeutic relationship? What does safe even look like? In all of our different settings, we get different answers. It's been mentioned that people see people that are veterans. What is the expectation? What are we looking for? When I was seeing people in their homes, what was the expectation? Now that we've incorporated video sessions, what's the expectation? What are we looking for? What's the client looking for? One of the main forms that needs to get explored is that informed consent that we'll talk about after we have our break. It begins to start putting things in order. A lot of times when we talk about informed consent, most people think it's just the paperwork we get done, we get to the therapy. But the paperwork is really, really important because it helps start formulating what the therapy will look like. It documents things, and that's our biggest thing that we have in this industry is documentation. Document, document, document. It's one of the quickest ways to not have a boundary problem. How this client felt about this, what happened in the session, what goes on, what doesn't go on, those things. Because he said, she said doesn't work. And one of the things I say whenever I do these trainings is I thought is inadmissible in court. Because when clients file grievances, most times they file them based on how they feel, not always exactly how the situation went. If I'm angry with you, then I file this. If I don't have any documentation to back up what I'm saying, then we have a problem. So it's important to start looking at, okay, what am I doing? Not just a job, but what am I putting in place to ensure that I do this well, the client is safe, and so am I. Okay, so that goes back to the role we talked about, goes back to the structure we've talked about thus far. What is this going to look like? Okay, so I want to look at a case study, a couple of case studies. One in particular, Amanda's a school counselor at an elementary school. The principal of the school requires a list of students she sees and what were their outcomes of therapy. Amanda is struggling with being compliant with this rule as she worries about confidentiality with the fact that her principal has a busy schedule and that the report may sit on his desk for long periods of time before he can get to it. What are some of the boundary issues that are presented here? Amanda's a school counselor at this elementary school. This principal is asking for the list of students she sees and what are their outcomes of therapy. She's struggling with being compliant and worries about the report that may sit on his desk for long periods of time before he can get to it. I'm going to take this off share. Tell me what some of the boundary issues you see here.
For me, it seems like, they're violating, confidentiality.
Okay,
It's
how
one of the
so?
largest one. Well, the student has an expectation that they're not going to, that information is not going to be shared outside of the session. The student probably has a expectation that the principal and whoever else in administration will know that they're coming to counseling and, some of the content therein.
Very good. So again, confidentiality is being disrupted here. And sitting on the desk, we don't know who's going to see it, what happens with it. So definitely some of those. Very good. Thank you.
Well,
Rachel
or
Greenberg?
the principal may even, the principal may even, decide to, put that in his report to the school board or to whatever agencies and stuff. Yeah.
And I've seen it also where some children are labeled. This is the bad kid. This is what happens here. So absolutely, I can see that. Thank you. Rachel Greenberg?
I'd want to know as a school counselor, what is this something that has been established as the relationship between the school counselor and the principal? Why is this information needed? How is it going to be used? Why is he curious about this? Is this something he's going to report on somewhere? What is the purpose of this? If this is something that's been discussed and it's an expectation and you know how it's going to be used, that's one thing. But if it's, and this may be something that's a one-on-one conversation between the counselor and the principal instead of a written report. And, does the counselor just need to see every student in the school at least once? So he just gives them a list of the whole, the entire student population. What is the expectation? Is it that the principal needs to know numbers, or is there something that the principal is looking for? So I think that's a conversation that would need to be happening.
Absolutely. And you said the key thing is that this is a conversation the counselor may need to sit down with the principal and have a discussion. What are we looking for here? Right? And why is this necessary? Because the principal is not a counselor. So the principal doesn't know. So sometimes
the
it's an
principal
education
doesn't necessarily know confidentiality rules and HIPAA and any of those things. So they may be looking for just numbers and just kind of looking for, or they may be looking for something particular especially in this day and age where certain students are not, you know, having issues and, you know, not always being accepted by the school. So, you know, what is the principal looking for? And is this an expectation that was laid out to the counselor ahead of time, or is this something new? Those kinds of, you know, subjects certainly need to be broached with the principal.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Rachel. I think that's important because, again, recognizing this may not be the right thing that we want to do. So let's have a conversation about that, right? The other thing that we don't know, and this case study is not telling us, maybe this is a new employee. And if I'm new, then I'm trying to not cause waves. And I'm just going to give this principal what he wants, right? Without recognizing, okay, maybe this is inappropriate. So now we're starting to talk those gray areas that I mentioned earlier. You know, certain things need to be, this is how this is going to be, but maybe we need to sit down and have a conversation about that. Does that work? Because confidentiality has been mentioned. Like I said, I've seen it many times where students are labeled. These are the bad kids, these are the good kids. You don't want that either. Rachel, you had your hand back up. I just want to give you this last chance to speak on that.
Yes, I just wanted to say it's important to set boundaries, even as a new counselor, set boundaries with the principal as well, not just with the students.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're going to talk about that a little later because now we're talking personal. We're back to us. Do I feel comfortable with saying that? Am I nervous about saying something? I just got this job. I'm trying to keep this job, right? How do I feel about that? Do I feel confident enough to be able to say, do you mind if we have a meeting about that? Right? Those are some of the things that we're going through personally. I know what to do because he's told me what to do, but how do I approach this situation? Great comment, Rachel. Thank you. Stephanie Fairbanks?
Sorry, I was having some problems trying to find the unmute. The other big issue that I'm thinking about is also the parents, you know, this big part of, you know, the parents with this information coming out. What if they don't want that particular information disclosed and such?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And did we get the parents' approval? Because these are minors.
And if we don't have a release of information, you can't really proceed forth with something like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great point. Great point. So again, we're starting to unravel this and recognize where it's going, where the principal may be coming from the fact, in defense of the principal, may be coming from the fact of trying to talk to the superintendent about the need for having a counselor on site, because some schools share counselors. So I want to at least prove that I have the need for the budget to put here to say this is why I need this therapist, but maybe I need to help the principal understand that we don't necessarily put the information out there. We can just say, I see X amount of students per month to be able to fight that battle. Okay, so very good point. Make sure we put ourselves on mute because sometimes I'm hearing some background unless your hand is raised. Regina Foster? It says Regina, but I see a male face, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, good morning. I was going to talk, was thinking about productivity. Maybe that's what the principal needed the information for. But I would think that there would be a way that it could be done without names and, you know, personal confidential information being shared. And this part about the family as well. Because a lot of children that are seen in counseling also have family relation issues at home. And so I think that's a valid point that we need to consider when we're sharing information, even if it's within the same agency or school that we work at, because, you know, at our agency, confidentiality of the client is to be kept between the therapist and the counselor, the client. So I think that having a conversation and finding out we need to know more, I guess is what I'm saying, about what this is about. So absolutely. Very good point. Very good point.
I think Ashley Gross put on the chat, having the documentation sitting openly on the desk for however long is an issue. I've seen at schools, students helping in the office. So now this has been sitting on the desk for X amount of hours. Who is seeing this? Those are the things that we have to keep in mind that are, again, we're talking gray areas. I'm not 100% sure why this is needed. Jimmy Richardson, your comment?
Yes, ma'am. That was one of the issues I was going to share about, was about putting documents on someone's desk. As a provider, a therapist, counselor, whoever, I think with the logical that I would not do that without that principle being in place and we discuss and whatever. But prior to all of this, me and that principal will have to be discussing why are we even doing this. And I think that's part of the boundaries. What's the need and why are we doing this? And I think one of the young ladies brought up about the parents' consent, because we are dealing with minors, and you just can't throw people information around. So it's a lot of stuff that come into play prior to even giving that principal what he wants, just because he's the principal.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well put, well put. You brought up something I wanted to bring back to light, is feeling comfortable with having this conversation with the principal. Is this appropriate? Is this not? What's the goal? Sometimes we don't feel comfortable with that. They asked me for that. This is what I'm giving you.
Yeah,
Okay.
communication
So
is
now,
key.
absolutely, it's key. Feeling comfortable with being able to talk through what happens. That's why I gave the example of doing in-home therapy at that time. I did not feel comfortable going inside this client's home and the parent wasn't home, even though she had given me permission. That to me was gray, because if a child, and I've seen it, a child getting mad at a parent or somebody else in authority, and they give a statement saying this person harmed them. Well, there's no one in the house but me and this child. And they're going to take the child's word for that. So we've got to think personally within the confines of ethics, the boundaries that I need to put in place to make sure the client is safe as well as myself. In some of the trainings that I've done with this, I've heard from some school counselors. Do school counselors even do counseling? They don't really even do counseling. So what outcome are you looking for? And I think Ashley had mentioned that, or Stacy mentioned, what does outcome mean? What are we trying to do here? What's the goal? And sometimes with that, you've got to ask some questions to get some clarity. This is where it gets away from, I'm just doing my job. Let's be clear, because like I said, when people give grievances, they give it according to how they feel. So if I'm angry with you, well, fine, I'm going to report her. I'm going to report him. And now your license is on the line. Okay, these are the boundaries that you're starting to examine to say, is this appropriate? Is this not for myself to get into? We know, we've all been taught from the beginning, regardless of where we are in the field, to keep the client safe. We have not been talked about enough about how to be able to keep ourselves safe in those same situations. Do I have things sitting out? Can someone see? And this is an issue that we have to begin to start exploring. Looks like someone responded in the chat. She says, working in a school system as a social worker, it's important to set boundaries with teachers and with the principals, because a lot of them feel that they are open to the information since they also work with the student. There you have it. But we have to have a conversation with them to let them know what's appropriate and what's not. For those that do have a license, you are protecting your license. So it's important, I think Jimmy said it, communication needs to be open. Is this appropriate? Is this not? Okay, so you guys did good with that. Let's try another. Let's see. Now go back to the presentation. So Mary, or Marie, works as a school counselor on the suicide prevention team. She was called to meet with a teen who was depressed and having problems cutting. The teen revealed that she cuts as a way to relieve stress, so she's not trying to kill herself. The counselor discovered that the teen was cutting herself on her legs and that she had active cuts that looked serious. The teen saw the worry on the face of the counselor and begged her not to tell anyone and reminded her not to breach her confidentiality clause. What should be the next steps of the counselor? So Marie is the counselor. She's on the suicide prevention team. She meets with the teen who says she cuts as a way to release stress. She's not trying to kill herself, but she notices cuts on her legs that look serious. And the teen says, you cannot breach my confidentiality. So I'm gonna take this off share. What should be the next steps for this counselor? Patricia Thorns?
I think the counselor needs to explain there are some limitations to the confidentiality and how it works. If you're a danger to yourself or others, I have to do something about that. I'm concerned about the cuts on your legs because they look like they could become infected. Some of them look like they could be rather serious. I think we're going to need to call your mother or parents or whatever. I understand you don't want me to tell anybody, but I'm concerned about your well-being, and just lay it out there.
Mm-hmm. Is it interesting to you, Patricia, how the teen says you cannot breach my confidentiality?
It is interesting, but I'm like I say, there are limitations, and generally when you do that informed consent, you talk to them about if you're a danger to self and others, or if you're engaged in, abusing a child or abusing an elderly adult, things like that. I have to do something with that information.
Absolutely, absolutely. So to your point, Patricia, I'm going to say sometimes you have to revisit things that we talked about in the beginning. We may have to come back because here a situation is she knows about confidentiality, but now she's calling you to the rug to say you can't breach it. So you then come back from what you said, hey, you're a danger to yourself, and we want to make sure that we save your life. So very good point. Thank you, Patricia. Looks like T. Rankin or Trankin.
Yes, Twala, I'm sorry.
Thank you, no worries.
I was gonna make a similar point that Patricia made, because at this point, you're putting your life at risk with those cuts. If you go too deep, all you have to do is go too deep one time.
Anything that was took.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, that wasn't me.
No, that wasn't you, it was somebody that's off,
Yeah.
that was off. Go ahead.
Because I had.
I'm not sure what's going on. It looks like she's, I've got it on mute now. You have to talk through with someone about what's going on, so that they know. The thing that I did not put in that case study was now about this teenager's trust to continue counseling after she's been treated. She could be very angry and doesn't want to talk to you anymore because you exposed her issue. Okay, so throughout the counseling sessions, we want to reinforce if there's anything that would, that you are doing to cause harm to yourself, I have to bring light to that. But also having conversations with our clients about why that's important. I'm here to help you with the situation.
How would you offer some motivational
not necessarily betray you. Because that part of her coming back is going to be the challenge. Having this client open up and talk some more after this has occurred. And in this situation, it was a teen. It could be an adult. How do we rebuild that? Those are some of the things that we start thinking about when it comes to that counseling relationship. Kay Gibbs in our chat said, you know, she agrees during the sessions, always review the intake with the initial rules until the client says, do we have to go with these rules every week? I can completely understand that, but it's just kind of coming back and reviewing. If you are a harm or a danger to yourself or anyone else, that I have to report. And maybe after that, and this person has come back home, let's talk about why we need to do this. What's happening with that? And start rebuilding that again. Michael Burbidge?
Yes, I just have a question. In a case like this, do you think that that counselor, you know, of course, that counselor has a supervision also that they communicate with? Do you think that he or she could bounce this concern off to their supervisor as well, just to get another point of view or some more clarity as to the appropriate steps? What do you think about that?
If a person is in supervision, you have to get authorization from the client to say, you know, in certain cases, we have case studies that we review because that information is confidential unless given permission to do. So everything stays confidential. Usually within organizations, usually in that informed consent that we'll discuss shortly, it's known that, you know, within the organization, things are discussed, but not to the point that it's something outside of that. So anything that goes anywhere outside that room should always have a release. If not, it remains. And we tend to speak in general terms to not reveal the identity of that client.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Great question. So in these situations, again, you're seeing that we have to think about some things first. It's not just follow this is what they told me to do. What are the boundaries in place? Because let's say this team wants to report you to the board. The team can. But if your documentation is in place, when they do their investigation, there's nothing to be a problem. But if you don't have documentation in place, it's hearsay. And that's where we have a problem. Okay, so thinking our way through these situations. Yes, I'm looking out for the client. This client is cutting herself. This is what we need to do. But also looking out for myself to ensure that I have everything completed and no gaps that can lead to a problem. Okay. Last case study. Let's see if I put this back here. Antonio's a psychologist who does community counseling with children involved in Department of Children's Services. He also does psych testing for children at a local hospital. Lately, it's been busy and he has not had time to document his notes from the session. One day he receives a call from a supervisor from the Department of Children's Services who says that one of his clients says he has not been out to see them. He disagrees and the supervisor asks for the notes from the session. He agrees to send them, but rushes to complete them from his memory. How was this problem created? And how common is this problem? So Antonio's the psychologist. He does work with Department of Children's Services. He also does psych testing. He's been slammed lately, has not had a chance to get his documentation done. Someone calls from Department of Services and wants his notes. He has not done them. How was this problem created? We know that the notes should have been done, but how was this problem created? Ms. Patricia Thorns?
I'm going to say part of it is the lack of boundaries around his own schedule to make sure that he gets his work taken care of that has to be done.
Absolutely. Now I'm gonna kick back for a second, Miss Patricia, because I'm gonna say, we all got caseloads. Let's just be honest. All of us in here are in mental health, right? We all got caseloads. We're all busy. How does it happen where we get behind on making sure those notes are done? What do you think?
Not getting them done every day or not doing them as we do our work.
Maybe sometimes, and this is just a discussion, maybe sometimes in having conversations with those in charge that, hey, I'm behind and I need to get caught up. What do you think, Miss Patricia?
I think that's a good idea. Saying, hey, I need a day to catch my records up because, you know, I've not had time to because it's been too many things all at once and I need to make sure I get this documentation done.
Absolutely. Now that alerts somebody to say, hey, this person's behind. And what do we need to do to eradicate that issue? Very good. Very good. I think a lot of times when it comes to notes and things that we're doing, our focus is the therapy. Let me see these people, let me see these people, let me see these people, without recognizing what she said earlier. It's a boundaries issue. Something's been crossed. Now we're starting to see what that is. I know I need to see clients, but I also need to do my documentation. And we get behind, and what we tell ourselves is, I'll get it. And then days go on and things are not completed. Jimmy said it's procrastination. I would agree with that, but sometimes it's just the overload. We have a lot of clients. I'm seeing these clients, I'm overloaded. But can I admit that I'm overloaded? That's the problem. Can I admit that I'm overloaded? Because what we tell ourselves is, I got it. I got it. I'm gonna just handle this real quick. I got it. Right? And we don't have it. Now this situation, the person has come back saying, I want the notes. And with most of the software that's out, it shows when that note was completed. So maybe part of this in the boundaries personally is, I don't have it. And that's okay to say, I don't have it. Regina Foster?
Good morning. Where I work, we have what's called a capacity tracker. And it's up to us to determine how many clients we can take on and do well with, how we handle our time with clients, and ensuring that each and every, I personally document after each session. We can bill for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever time we're taking. But I take the last 15 minutes of the hour and document my sessions. With the capacity trackers is really a good way to keep your caseload down to a level that you are comfortable, that you're working ethically with clients and you're getting your documentation done.
Absolutely. I like the capacity tracker. That's very good. You know, sometimes even with us having a private practice, we're not in those organizations that do that for us. We're by ourselves. What do I do to kind of catch back up? What do I do to admit that, hey, I am overloaded? I've had enough. I'm overloaded. I don't know. I got to catch this back up. I can only speak to from the private practice side. A lot of times the billing, I can't get paid until that note is done. But I've got a whole slew of clients tomorrow and I've got this, and it's still a boundary. And maybe I need to work through figuring out how to be able to manage this appropriately so it doesn't back up. Because remember, we talked earlier that without boundaries, chaos is bound to follow. Okay, so I've got to recognize what needs to get done. Think of what we do personally at home. I may have children, I've got to prepare lunch, I've got to do things. I know when I was raising my son, he would come slip a permission slip in the morning on the way out the door. Drove me crazy. Because now I'm gonna sign it real fast and go ahead. I came up with a rule. It needs to be signed the night before. Well, Mom, I didn't remember. Okay, but you're throwing everything else off. And this was something I had to put in place so that I knew what was going on, because I don't want to sign a permission slip to something I don't agree with. Okay, that's a personal thing. It can come down to finances. It can come down to house being together. It's a whole bunch of areas. We can talk about this, but the boundary is not put in place. As a result, we have this chaos that happens. Jimmy Richardson?
Yes, ma'am. Most of the time it comes from experience. When you get burnout, you continue to take on and burn out, and you find out that you got to find that balance, and set that boundary with your organization or whatever, or within yourself. But my therapist told me, Jimmy, you've got to stop eating off 2 platters and just eat off 1 plate. And I understood what she was sharing with me. You can't continue to take on all of this. You just got to set those boundaries and eat off that 1 plate. And I got that, but it came from the burnouts, and that really sticks with me. And that's like the procrastination. You get all it's coming at you, so now I can't get it tonight. I can't get it today. So that was one of the reasons for that. I can't get it, but now those boundaries, like you were sharing with us, is what we really need. I wish I had what Regina and them had as well. but yeah, but
we all want to work with Regina, because she got the thing. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yes,
but Jimmy, you brought up something that was key that I want to point out. We have to have our own therapist. Some of us struggle with that. Having our own place to put our stuff. Do we have our own? We're taught that to have our own, but sometimes that doesn't manifest. Having our own place to put our stuff, especially in this industry. We take on everybody else's stuff all the time. And as Jimmy said, what the therapist said, eating off 2 plates or more, I'm gonna say, Jimmy, because we're working with other people on their issues. Do I have some place to put my stuff? Am I honest with myself that I need some place to put my stuff? That's something to think about. I'm a caretaker for my parent. So I go from caring for somebody else's stuff to when I close the computer down, now I have to do that. That's definitely the definition of burnout. But I have to have some place to kind of unload that. And sometimes for ourselves, we don't own that. That's a boundary in itself. If I've not had enough rest, I'm a bear. I know that. So I need to have enough rest. And I do understand we got bills to pay, we got stuff going on, but in the process, we're starting to talk about those boundaries that help us do that. And when those boundaries are not in place, things begin to fall off.
Can I
And
add?
it's not all the time of just letting it go, but gradual. I heard someone say something I didn't.
Miriam has a question.
Yes, ma'am. Miriam?
Two suggestions. Our agency incorporated what's called concurrent collaborative documentation. All of us dreaded it, but there's multiple advantages for it. You do the documentation in session with the client, and the advantages are you are reviewing together what your client heard, understood, or thought was important. It helps you to keep your notes current, but I believe it strengthens the therapeutic relationship, because they know what you're putting down. It enables you also to dialogue things that you want to keep a record of, or things that you notice and you say it aloud and you find out, is that okay for me to put in? Okay.
Mhm.
The other is that while it's good to have a personal therapist,
Mhm.
my experience before the current agency is that all of the other agencies I ever worked with did not have regular, consistent supervision.
Mm.
So it meant that I better have a therapist.
Mhm.
The issues we are discussing now are really around boundaries, some of which can be personal and needing to be done in therapy. But it seems to me that regular meeting with your supervisor or as a team to discuss it raises the issue, which is probably bigger than just you as an individual therapist. So it
Absolutely.
feels to me it absolutely needs to be part of what gets discussed in, team supervision or individual supervision.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Miriam. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Keeping in mind, again, I like the idea of doing certain things that keep things going. So if it's doing the note towards the end of the session, that begins to develop a habit, this is done appropriately, right? For some that do not have those things in place,
You
again,
do it
trying
with
to
the client. You do it
with the client, that's right.
Yeah, they hear you
Right.
typing it. I even have adolescents type it into my phone.
Mhm,
Words. Yeah.
Absolutely. But it begins a habit that we
Yes.
start. That's what's important, is the habit starts from there. And it helps us to keep this habit going. Okay. The discussion that we have internal when we don't have those things in place is I got it. I got it. It'll get done. And weeks go by before we find out that it's not done. Okay. So internal boundaries. Having something in place to make sure that I'm able to get these things completed. Okay, really important. And throughout the day, like I said, we will be discussing things about self that we can put in place to help us maintain these boundaries so that we can get where we have to go. And now we're going to have that conversation about what I call the infamous informed consent. But before we get there, I definitely want to go back to the idea of ethics being the foundation, and that boundaries are the things you put in place to ensure that things operate correctly. A lot of the stuff we're talking about today is in the therapeutic relationship and in our clinical settings. Some of the things that we talk about today will be personal as to how it relates to what goes in those clinical settings. So this is, focused on what we're talking about as far as our clients that we see, but also personally. And we're not asking you to disclose, but really begin to think about those things that help me to do what it is that I need to do for clients. Okay. So the informed consent is the document that gives us permission to be able to see our clients and explains to them what the process is that we utilize in offering this service to them. This is a document. In some of my other sessions, I've mentioned how this can be seen as a legal document. However, it is a document that attorneys typically ask for when someone is brought up under a grievance or under an issue. It's the very first thing that they go to because it is considered the document where you got permission from the client to see them. For those that work within organizations, usually the informed consent is already prepared for you. And it's not something that you have to be together, but I would highly encourage you to be able to explore what that informed consent is saying, because it is saying to the client, this is what services I'm going to offer, and this is what we're going to do. Ms. Rankin, you had a question?
Yes. Can this be rebuked by the clients? I mean, can they Yeah, well, I mean, can it be rebuked? Like, okay, I don't want the informed consent to be, because a lot of times we'll have people that say, look, I don't want to see you all anymore. I don't want nobody coming by my house anymore. What happens then?
So great question. I'm glad you brought that up. Typically, it's review when we first entertain seeing the client. So if you're working with an agency, they're already getting paperwork and all that signed. So when you get out to the client's home, if you're doing in-home counseling or anything else, it's already taken care of. The client always has the opportunity to say no. However, if they say no, then that means there's not a therapeutic relationship here and we can't continue. So if they say, I don't want to see you anymore, they have that right. And counseling ends. Sometimes they struggle with thinking, if I say I don't want to sign that, for instance, I've had an experience where someone came through an employee assistant program and we talked about, demographic information, name, address, all that stuff. And then we got to the informed consent. We started talking about that. And I send that to them in advance so that when we come to the session, we don't have as much time that we're taking with that. And she refused. And she said, I'll get to it eventually.
So what happens?
That was problematic.
What happens if you continuously trying to go out to the house and see the client? Look, I'm gonna call the police. That's what we get a lot. And I mean, they got the right to do that. I told you not to come to my house. At this point, you're trespassing.
Is it considered, are we talking mandated or are we talking just doing counseling?
Just doing counseling.
Okay. If the client is canceling, they have the right to cancel. If it's mandated, meaning they have to do the counseling.
Oh, okay. Now, now there's some cases are like that. Some are like that, but some, most are not.
Right. I would be talking with my supervisor to let them know what the client is saying. They don't want us coming out here. But like I said, if it's mandated, the supervisor then is going to contact the agency that's mandating the therapy.
Yeah.
Okay. And if they need to make the changes from there to determine what happens next. But your initial question was about an informed consent. The consent is giving us permission to do the therapy. That's to get started. Right. So if we're just starting with therapy, then they sign the informed consent. Usually your agency will handle that.
Okay.
But if they say that I don't want to see, then now you need to get your supervisor involved, who then determines, the people who ordered the therapy, especially if it's mandated.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. But clients have at all times in the middle of therapy to say, I don't want to do this anymore. They have that right. Unless they're mandated.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Very good. Good question. Because when we work in those mandated environments, you do have that. You do have pushback. And they say, I don't want to do this anymore. I understand. But if a court ordered it, then the supervisor then contacts the court to say, this is what's going on. And then the supervisor lets you know kind of what goes on from there. Okay. But the reason the question was great is because it's consent. I'm giving you consent to continue. If we did therapy in my office and then all of a sudden you decide you want to do therapy in a kiddie pool, they have to give that approval to say, yeah, we can do therapy in a kiddie pool. You can't just determine what you want to do.
The thing is, I'm with the ACT team and we're community based. And, it's our job to go out and do therapy in the home. We have some clients that live with their parents. Look, I don't want you coming to my home no more. But yet and still, you're not going to pick up the phone.
And this is why I said the supervisor needs to get involved. Yeah, we need a supervisor involved to say exactly what's going on here. Okay, because there are different cases, different situations that are happening as to why things are put in place. Sometimes we have developmental disabilities and they have therapy through, like you said, community-based. When I do suicide work and we're called out, I didn't just show up. Someone's in distress and they called us out. right? If that person is, let's say, suicidal, right? And they say, well, I don't want this, whatever, and that's fine. But if they are in danger to themselves, then I have to put things in place to make sure that they're not harming themselves. And sometimes they refute that as well. But again, I'm putting things in place to make sure your life is spared. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So again, it's just more or less giving permission. Even when we do, like I mentioned, the suicide team, we go out, we have to get permission to do the assessment unless the person is in distress and we witness that, then you put things in place to ensure that their safety. Okay. It's a great question. Great question. So that informed consent is what we're focusing on. The informed consent, where they're giving us permission to proceed with therapy. Okay. If someone has a grievance and they're angry or whatever, and they want to file a grievance, the first thing that they're going to be looking for is that informed consent. So if you work for an agency, know what's in that informed consent. Know what you're being responsible for. According to this informed consent, you're supposed to be doing therapy in a kiddie pool. You're not. Okay? Know what you're being requested to do, because that informed consent is attached to our licensure. And if someone had a grievance, then we're going to look at the type of work that you're doing. Is it going along the lines of what I've agreed to do? Okay. So I'm gonna go back to the presentation. Kimberly Squires, you mentioned I hear an echo of your microphone. Is everybody hearing an echo, or are you hearing me clearly?
No, I don't hear an echo.
Okay.
Yeah,
Kimberly, you might want to check your microphone just to be sure. We had that issue earlier. So just want to make sure everybody's hearing me okay. So I'm going to go back to the presentation. All right. So again, the focus of this is the consent. This is where the client is saying, yes, proceed. Okay. This is where we list all the information about confidentiality, things of that nature in that informed consent so that they are informed. As we did with the case study earlier with the teenager who says, you cannot breach my confidentiality. We bring her back to the informed consent to remind her, remember I said, we don't breach it unless, and we go from there. Okay. So I consider the informed consent to be a door. It dismisses omissions occurring regularly. Omissions is a risk management word, meaning errors. When we have a good informed consent, it dismisses those errors. It's its own boundary. The client is consenting to want to do this work with me. If the client says, as we've talked about, I don't want to do it anymore, they have that right. Sometimes in our conformity, well, it should be an all conformed consent. If you have a grievance, this is where you go. We let them know you can file a grievance. Okay. Omissions come in when there are errors. And it leaves the client feeling lost, confused, unclear, perplexed. I don't know. I thought it was this and it's not that. I think someone mentioned in the chat earlier, that they walked into the office and says, where's the sofa? I'm looking for the sofa because that's what I'm used to seeing. That's what TV says, right? But we come and let them know that's not what this is, and this is how this will be going forward. So this informed consent informs them. When your informed consent is not clear, a client is unsure, worried, even suspicious. In layman's terms, I'm giving you the side eye. I don't know. I don't know what this person is going to do. I don't know what this is. Now I will speak to the mandated client who has to do therapy based on some other agency. Maybe courts, maybe the judge, maybe they are in probation and they have to do therapy. You want to be clear with that client to help them understand what the process is. I mentioned EAP earlier, or Employee Assistance Program, where a company will pay for a certain amount of sessions upfront that you don't have to worry about. Sometimes clients will say to you, was my information given to my employer? Having that discussion with them to help them understand, no, this information is not given. If a client has insurance, how much information is given to my insurance company? I don't want them having any. I've had physicians come to see me that worked in the ER. I don't want to use my insurance because I don't want any information getting to anybody, which they have that right. Okay, so this is helping to inform them what it is you're going to be doing. So again, this comes back to this being a boundary. Healthy boundaries begin setting the structure, what this will look like. If your appointment is at 5 p.m., I'm expecting you to be here at 5 p.m. If you're running late, we all know traffic happens. We all know weather happens. Give me a heads up, 24 hours notice if you can. If you are sick, I've told clients, clearly you're not walking around trying to get an illness. I understand that. Sometimes last minute meetings are called at work and that client had to stay. Okay, you begin to start setting the structure. Sessions ending on time. That's something as the practitioner we have to work on because the client is not paying attention to the clock. And they just want to talk and share and do what they have to do. We have to remind them. And I say statements like, as we come to a close, I'm letting you know we're coming to a close. Some clients that are late feel as though since they were late, they will still get the full time. Now that's going to run into problems later. So just like you see this example here of the house, what things are we putting in place to help in the process of seeing this client? Some things may be put in place to help. If I've seen a client for a period of time, they then classify me as the friend. We may have to go back to that informed consent and say, remember we talked about this is what this relationship is. It's a therapeutic relationship. You're helping the client to see this is the structure we're setting. Based on the question we had earlier with Ms. Rankin, again, they may come around to try to create something else. And we help them come back to this is what we agreed to. So it's important to remember that throughout the process of seeing these clients, you are helping them to set the structure. I will even go on to say sometimes when you've seen a client for a period of time and you recognize that we're coming to the end of therapy, that gives clients anxiety. What do you mean we're coming to the end? Having that conversation throughout. Eventually you'll be out of therapy. Helping them embrace that you'll be to the point that you can handle this yourself. So that we don't have at the end, oh my gosh, what am I going to do without you? That's part of the structure we're talking about. Okay, what this informed consent does is it helps bring some clarity to some gray areas. I mentioned earlier about coming in, finding a sofa. Let's bring some clarity. This is how this will go. We'll talk a little later when it comes to talking about technology, because now technology has introduced a new piece. But the informed consent is always bringing clarity. So, based on the Code of Ethics, ACA says counselors need to explicitly explain to clients the nature of all services provided. The key area is explicitly explained. Now, that does not mean we have the whole session with the informed consent. That is not what I'm saying. But having the conversation with them about what the services are, letting them know what issues, but not limited to purpose, goals, techniques, counselors' qualifications, continuation of services in the event of incapacitation or death of the counselor. What's the role of technology? Explicitly explain so they understand. If something happened to me, this is where this information is. If your insurance company said, we want to see your records, what do they have right to see? What don't they have right to see? If a case is called, do you have to automatically just tell all of my business? They then understand what happens. And that's why I say sometimes you have to come back and revisit what we discussed so that they understand this is what the process is. Now, part of discussing the informed consent with them as the practitioner, as the professional, since we are the professional, we are the ones that foresee conflicts or issues. What could possibly happen if this happens? So you put things in place to prevent those things from occurring that could be negative. Okay, so you're actually beginning to start to foresee if this client typically always shows up late, what will happen after that? If I see the client for the full time, what will happen to the schedule after that? If I start seeing the fact that the client is typically coming late, do we need to speak to that? When I initially started my private practice, I was seeing clients Monday through Friday. And in the Atlanta area, Friday, 12 o'clock, nobody can think or hear or anything because they already at the weekend. So clients would cancel 5 minutes before their session, typically. Now I'm starting to look at this pattern and I'm thinking, okay, we have a problem here. Why are they canceling on Fridays, typically 5 minutes before their session? Well, it's after 12 o'clock and most people are ready to go home. So seeing clients on Friday didn't work. Changes to my schedule. No longer see clients on Fridays. And the cancellations went down. So you are looking at, okay, what do I need to put in place? If I'm seeing people in their homes, is there a good time to do that? What is too late? Where should I be in the home where it's safe? That's usually coming from your supervisor. Again, you're starting to foresee some issues. So with that, we have someone who gave some insight on that. Deborah Smith says, by looking out for foreseeable conflicts and discussing them frankly with colleagues as well as clients, practitioners can evade the misunderstandings, the hurt feelings, sticky situations that lead to hearings before ethics boards, lawsuits, loss of license or professional membership, or even more dire consequences. By looking out for those things. If you see clients late in the office and you're by yourself, that could be a safety issue. Let's start discussing that, put things in place. Because once you close your door in your office, you're not paying attention to anything going on outside, but it's late and now it's dark. I had a situation where I do see clients late. My latest client is 7 p.m. when I was in the office. I'm now 100% virtual, but when I was in the office. And we found out from a group, a therapist, a community of therapists, we had like a listserv, and someone started putting out that there was someone calling female therapists specifically, setting up an appointment, the first appointment with them, and doing sexual acts in the first session. That's a problem. And now I'm in this office by myself, this office suite with the door closed. That could be a problem later. So maybe I need to make my hours a little earlier when people are in the office and I'm not in here by myself. These are the things you start to look out for. Okay, so foreseeable conflicts that could be a problem is what you begin to start looking out for. So your informed consent, when it's not clear, confidentiality issues are unclear, social media issues are created, missed appointment fees, as I mentioned earlier, not communicated well, telemental fees or telehealth is handled incorrectly. Inappropriate relationships can develop. We'll talk about that a little later. And definitely misunderstandings can breed. This is when your informed consent is not clear. So some good things to have in an informed consent: your responsibilities to the client, the confidentiality agreement, client's rights and responsibilities, which are typically HIPAA, payment fees and missed appointment fees. Missed appointment fees are often a big discussion in the mental health world. Consent for treatment and social media policies. These are some, these are not all of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an activity where we're going to identify what we believe belongs in our informed consent. And I'm going to take this off share. Karen, we want to move to going to some breakout rooms. And what you're going to do in your breakout rooms is you're going to talk about what you believe to be good things to go in informed consent. This exercise is meant to brush off the dirt from the informed consent or dust to help you to start thinking what needs to go in these forms. Okay? Even if you work for an agency. Miriam,
Could you do something first? I am only familiar with informed consents being done for my communicating with someone else that this client authorizes. All of the things you are naming, I have never seen in any agency on an informed consent. So if you could show one sample, then I would have an idea of what we're going to do when we break up.
Absolutely. So like I mentioned, the HIPAA responsibilities are usually listed in informed consent.
We have them sign it, but it's not an informed consent form.
No, it's not a form. It's in that saying that that's a form that you give them. That's separate. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So
that's correct.
Are you blending together all forms that clients sign as informed consent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's very different than an informed consent.
Yes, yes,
okay.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am. Yes,
Thank you.
So when you go to these groups, what you're going to do is you're going to talk about those things that you think are good to be in those informed consents to help them recognize what we're doing in therapy. Okay, even if you work for an agency, just think about some things that would be good for them to know so that they're informed and go forward. Ms. Rankin also brought up the fact that they didn't want to continue. If they wanted to discontinue, what does that look like? What needs to be done to discontinue? Okay, so Karen, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, so we're going to break you up into the groups. Karen, you want to let them know how the breakouts go?
You're going to get a message that says click on this to go to your breakout room. You'll have about 15 minutes. I will give everyone a notice when you have about 1 minute left, and it'll automatically bring you back into the main room.
Also, I will ask if you can identify a scribe for your group, the person who writes down what the ideas are. So when we come back, we get a chance to review what you guys have discussed and go from there. Okay. So if I may ask the scribes for those groups, if you could raise your hands so we can find out what you discussed in those groups. If you don't know where the raise hand is, if you go down to the bottom, you'll see something that says more and says raise your hand.
On mine, it's reactions, and then you hit the reactions, and then you raise your hand.
Yes. All right, so we're going to start with Stacy Young.
All
Tell me
right.
what you guys discussed in your groups.
So we have a little bit of a list, and some of this I think will probably be on multiple lists. Obviously demographic information, PHI, and confidentiality were certain things that were given, but also the rights and responsibilities of a person, human rights contact and advocate information. If you work for an agency that has to collect any specific data for grants or state reporting, a disclosure on that data and why it's being collected and for what purposes. We talked a little bit about no-shows and late policies. We talked about having releases be very specific and clear in regarding to who do you share it with, what time frame. You know, does it include written documentation, phone call only, medications, diagnosis, all of those kinds of things. We talked about the 42 CFR policies and federal regulations, limitations of what services are and mandating reporting. We had discussions around length of sessions. And then we talked about termination in terms of also what happens if you have to terminate due to missed appointments and how many missed appointments would consider a termination, but also what does termination look like in terms of just we've accomplished our mission and goals that we set out for, or if we have to transition, you know, let's say, for example, you get ill or sick or something happens and you have to transition to another practitioner. We talked about that any sort of insurance, emergency contacts, phone numbers are the responsibility of the person being served to update us, and that we may not take a particular insurance, which could result again in a transition to a different practitioner. We talked about office policies to include any guests to sessions. That, you know, sometimes people bring children and that, you know, children cannot be left in a waiting room unattended, and also possibly attire or weapons in the buildings. We talked about if someone comes to a session under the influence of some sort of substance use, what our policies would be around that, to include if the person tried to leave. We talked about crisis policies, what the expectation is during a session, outside of session, and availability to after hours access. Medication policies, if applicable. We talked about the recording of sessions or photos. We talked about social media policies in terms of we post any content, but also if we get any Facebook, Instagram friend requests, what the policies of the agency are that. And making sure we were clear about hours of operation. I think those were the big things. If I missed anything from my group, let me know.
You guys did a wonderful job. I love the idea about the termination. Either from completing therapy, we've accomplished our goal, or for other reasons, if maybe they have not attended sessions and it's been repetitive. That helps them to understand, you know, if you miss a session, you know, if we miss one, if we're missing 4, if we're doing all of that, at least they have an idea, so that they don't see it as, well, they just terminated because they didn't like me. It's very clear in here to say, this is what we went over. And it also reinforces the reason to come sometimes and revisit that. I do want to caution, you know, because I know a lot of us work for agencies and things of that nature. A lot of those things are done before we get there. But if you are in private practice, it doesn't have to necessarily be the full session, because that was a lot. That was very extensive. And that's what scares people, because they're thinking that it's got to be this big, and it doesn't. Some things can be combined. But the goal is that the client is fully informed so that they can say yay or nay. And they have the right to say nay, but at least they understand exactly what was what. It's very good, Stacy. Thank you. Ms. Angela Brown.
Sorry. Okay, I'm not going to repeat what's said. I'm going to try to do some that were not said. We talked about court appearances in reference to it, because sometimes we might have to go to court. So court appearances, the guidelines on that, recording of sessions, the HIPAA understanding, age of consent, the location of the therapy, expectations, the type of therapy. I think everything else she covered. You did an excellent job. I was trying
Didn't
to
she though? They did an excellent job. But I want you to speak to the court appearances. What was the conversation about court appearances?
So court appearances, sometimes you may have to attend court and for that person, and that could be if they did not complete treatment, or if the court had other expectations, and you might have to elaborate on it. So we talked about court appearances and what that would look like for us when we went to court for them.
Okay, and that's really good to do. So again, I'm also bringing the private practice part into it. A lot of people think if I see something that says you have to, that they just go and report. No, we have to have certain things that have to be fulfilled before that's done. If I am going for a mandated case, totally different than a husband and wife that are in a divorce, who want you to show up. You know, the wife is like, I want you to come for me, you know, that type of thing. So it's important to be able to recognize that. And I want to at least offer the caveat, you know, in various states, things are different. So it's important to be able to know what's going on where this is occurring. Okay, so I think it's great that, you know, we talk about if I have court appearances, I have to appear and kind of let them know what's going on. The client is aware what happens, because when they're not aware, again, I'll bring it back. People file grievances based on how they feel. May not be the accuracy of the situation. It's just how I feel. You did this because you don't like me. And as a result, this is what I'm doing.
We
Okay?
had
So
court as well, and we talked, and I forgot to bring it up, but we talked about that. It's usually a very separate fee that insurance does not cover.
Right.
Correct.
It to include travel, court documentation prep, and even if you just sit in the courtroom, that it's an hourly fee, and that has to be outlined, and that insurance won't cover it.
Exactly. Exactly. But great job. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
I see Zoom peers.
Yes, James Strickland.
Hi.
I think, you know, the two young ladies has already covered pretty much everything. What we talked about, you know, was that, you know, the consent is very broad, and what we kind of came to a conclusion is that it varies, you know, as we were sitting there talking, different people have been in different agencies and providing different type services. So, you know, what we talked about was that it varies, you know, and we looked at it from the perspective that, you know, it varies in that, you know, it should be, I should say, let me back, it should be that, you know, the consent is twofold. It protects the therapist, the provider, and it also protects the agency. And I think that the way the consents are written, in a lot of cases, if you work for an agency, is heavy toward protecting that agency. And that the agency is trying not to get sued. You know, because I've done private practice and I know my consents was more to protect me. And some of the things I had up there may have been different than what the agency, you know, wanted. So that's kind of what we talked about. I mean, we talked about, you know, the 42 CFR, things like that, the things that needs to be there. But, you know, we came to the conclusion that it's very broad, the things that needs to be there. And it depends on what type of services is being provided as to how that consent should look or what should be on that consent.
Absolutely. I think that that's a very good conversation. That's an ongoing conversation. And this is why I said you need to know what's in that informed consent and what's being required of you if you're doing the services. And he said he spoke to the idea if you know, when I had my practice, it was geared towards me. But a lot of us, you know, particularly get away from the paperwork because that's usually handled before we get there. So we're focused on the therapy, not really paying attention to the issue. If someone brings a grievance against you per se, now we don't know what's in that informed consent. What was I required to provide? And if you don't know what that is, that's a huge gap. What am I being asked to do? If I didn't do that, where did I do that wrong or whatever else? So for those that work for agencies, I would highly, highly excuse me, encourage, reviewing it just to understand what I'm responsible for, what needs to happen, how this needs to go. Sure, the agency is definitely going to go according to the agency. But if that person brought a grievance against you per se, that's about you and your license that has to be protected. So very good point. Very good point. Thank you. Stephanie Stewart.
Hi. And they've all done a great job. I'll try to just touch on ones I didn't hear. I think it was mentioned, but we were talking about being explicit about costs and fees and expectations of the person, as well as we discussed access to records, like if they wanted copies of their records or needed anything, like what that process might be. We included the risks, benefits, and limitations of the counseling process itself. Communications policies, especially in regards to like texting and emailing and how they can reach you and appropriate types of communication. And we included social media in that, which had already been mentioned. Specific issues regarding telehealth services and how those would be private or what the expectations or limitations of telehealth. As well as if someone was going to be in group, and James kind of spoke to this a little bit about depending on what services you provide, because when you are in group, there are certain expectations of group and maintaining the confidentiality of other group members. And then we also discussed privacy and the boundaries of the therapeutic relationships in regards to gifts. And if I see you in the community, kind of how I might respond and how you might respond and kind of what to expect so that people aren't caught off guard if they want to give you a gift and then they can't, or, if they invite you to their wedding or whatever those expectations are, if you can be clear with them up front, then they're not kind of surprised or shocked when it happens. And I think
absolutely. I love how you put that, because they are surprised. Let's not act like they're not going to be. They're surprised. Christmas comes and they're buying gifts. And we're caught in this conundrum on what to do here. So I think it's good to mention that even if you work for an agency, what happens? Christmas is coming. This is what this is. And, clients are like, well, because some clients still buy gifts for doctors, their doctors they see. And they're like, okay, well, it's just a little small something. Or to your point, Stephanie, about the birthdays. Birthdays come around once a year. They're going to say, hey, I'm having a party. I'd like you to come. That type of thing. So having this discussion with them throughout, and I want to piggyback off of something I think I heard Angela say about, and maybe it was Stacy, determination, really coming back to what type of relationship this is, so that helps them to understand what we have here versus what an assumption can be. Well, I've been seeing you for years, so you're practically a friend, you're just that type of thing. So really helping to drive that point home.
Exactly. And one of my group members just piped up and reminded me about the 988 number, after hours issues. We even discussed like how soon you can expect to hear back from me if you leave a voicemail, things that come up outside of session and how that would be handled.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. Antoinette Payne.
Hey, everybody. Again, everybody's done a great job. I'll just try to, let's see. Somebody brought up theoretical orientation. So what your background is, who we are, what our experiences are as clinicians, what services the client is agreeing to receive and what those will look like. If it's group or individual or case management, whatever. We also did touch on emergency and contact, making sure that they know not to leave emergency messages on our voicemail or email, no texting, and making sure that they have the information for crisis lines. Also expectations for participation and
Mm.
setting the guidelines of no cell phone usage,
Mhm.
and what participation looks like in therapy. Also about urine drug screenings and drug usage, all that. And we were starting to talk about welcome packets because I had actually brought up that you could put like, I guess, a form together that says, we gave you all of this information because it is so much. And of course that's not required, but it's a nice way to go, okay, I have the signature that they got it. But then we got cut off, so we didn't finish that. So
No worries, but the conversation will continue mentally. So you're thinking.
Yes.
So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So I think it's also good to let them know what to expect. And I think maybe someone else brought it up, but you brought it up just now about risks of therapy. Sometimes it can get worse before it gets better. Those type of things, because bringing it to surface, they're expecting you in 50 minutes to an hour to come up with the solution and we're done. Sometimes maybe explaining that the first session is an intake where we just kind of talk about what the issues are and we start setting up a treatment plan, things of that nature that'll help them see, because depending on the severity of the issue, most people think in the first session, okay, you're going to have the solution and we'll be done. So really helping them to understand, what that means. Someone put in the chat EMDR, definitely helping them to understand what that is, because in this day and age, especially with TV, certain reality shows have a therapist that's on there and they want it to be done within that 50 minutes and then we'll be done. So helping them to understand what that process is, goes along the lines. But very good job, Antoinette. Thank you. Thank you. Mark Shar.
In addition to everything else that's been mentioned, we talked about specific information that would get released for emergency contacts. And that was a concern of some of the folks that one of our panel members had worked with, and be specific about that. And then the same sort of thing for parental release of information when counseling minors.
Yes, specifically teen.
Yes.
Yes, what can be acceptable, what's not. So now the parent is signing that informed consent because they're a minor. And sometimes parents argue about, well, it's my child, so I should know what's going on in these sessions. And I've seen some conflicts come up as a result of that, because they feel as though this is my child and you need to tell me everything in the session. So that's definitely a good one. I would also bring up, and I think it was mentioned earlier, about court cases. If it's a custody battle and they want those records, who you're coming in for, this person, blah, 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 all of that needs to be laid out so they understand what the process is. Very good job, Mark. Thank you. Sure. Stephanie Peterson.
Hi. They pretty much covered everything that we talked about. The only thing that I have on here possibly is like how long a person's information's kept, like after services, have ended. So everything else, everyone else has said. So
absolutely. And we're going to have some redundancy, but again, it's getting us thinking, hadn't thought about that. And when we hear other people's comments, oh yeah, that's right, forgot about that one, we needed to think about that one. So I think it's more the less, helping us to really kind of hone in on those areas that we haven't thought about for a while, because our focus had been therapy. So yours is a good one as well. What to happen with these records when they want records? I'm seeing a lot of requests for records if someone is going on disability. Something along that lines, that, where you're getting releases coming to me saying, okay, we want these records, or things of that nature. Stephanie, and since you had that one, I'm just going to ask you, what do you think about when someone says, I need to get out of work, and can you write me a letter to get out of work? Do you think that can be included in there?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good, because then they know what the expectation is, like okay, I can, like, you mean like if they've seen you, or if they're just calling you because I'm having a mental health crisis, you know, because
I'm in a
go to work?
crisis and I just need some time off from work. Can you write me a letter
Mhm.
to tell my boss that I just need time off?
Yeah, I think that should be listed.
And again, it's just the thought process of, you know, these things happen and we don't necessarily put them together. A big thing came out a couple years back where everybody wanted a pet to help with my emotions. And can you write a note saying that I have to have this animal so it helps me with things that was real big a couple of years ago. So again, things like that come into play because people are, thank you, Latasha, therapeutic relationship, you know, therapy pet that I need to be able to calm my emotions comes into play, you know, and it's like, oh, okay. So these are the type of things that go in there that help them to understand what it is going forward. But very good, Stephanie, thank you. Looks like Kay Squires.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can. How are you?
I'm kind of a novice working this computer thing, but anyways, everybody had a whole bunch of like really good things that I hadn't even really thought about too. But what we had listed was who is sharing information to whom, the specific services being provided, the client specific rights, the dates, the length of that consent and how long it will that will last. When is the end date of the consent? Information that is going to be shared, and signatures, making sure that the person has, you know, the accurate signatures there. Situations in which consent has to be broken for APS, CPS, TerraSoft, or harm to self. A safety plan. And we also talked about the adolescent situation too, when they have the right to be shared to parents age 13 and under, they have that right to be, that information has the right to be shared with parents. Hours of operation, emergency contact information, the possibility of supervisors or trainees being present in sessions and making sure that that's okay. The process for reporting or videoing, consultation services, like if we have to consult with other individuals in order to, you know, develop treatment plans or to, you know, obtain information for the patient's case. It has to be written in a language of their choosing. And so we wanted to make sure that if they were deaf or if they couldn't read, that someone will be able to make sure that they interpreted that information to them or relayed all the information to them in a way that they could understand. And if interpretation services were needed, we brought that up as well.
Absolutely.
Termination of when the term, if services were to be terminated, you know, what would be needed at that point and what would that entail? And also establishing those boundaries about the 15-minute late fee penalties for missing appointments and such. Program specific rules, you know, PAC has specific rules versus outpatient versus, you know, other entities within the agency. Telehealth regulations, safety rules. So like no driving while we're having sessions, or, you know, just making sure we're having some safety rules in there as well. Phone usage and recording, confidentiality is, so for example, if they wanted to invite, you know, certain people into the sessions, you know, getting a release from that and also having prior notice of that they were bringing someone to those sessions, so that
absolutely,
you know, we could definitely make sure that we don't share what we shouldn't divulge.
Okay, very good job.
Some of the things that we came up with, but everybody really did have a pretty comprehensive list, so I'm impressed.
Absolutely impressed. Thank you. Thank you. Keep in mind also if, and it just went out of my brain, if a client is disgruntled, who they could report to, if they've been abused, that needs to be in there so that they can understand where they can go. The other thing in regards to children, you know, like I mentioned, going to court. A lot of times when I do suicide work is I encourage parents to, you won't know exactly what's in the session. How are they doing? What's the progress? Are we seeing some changes? Are we not? For those that are seeing children, so that they can understand what they can do and what they can't. Someone put in the chat, medical marijuana, coming to the session inebriated, those type of things for your mandated clients, what they have to do to be able to fulfill what they have to do for the courts. All of that has to be brought in so that they can help them understand what the process is. So you guys did really great. Winona Pearson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So it took me a while to decide to raise my hand because Stacy set the bar high, and then everybody else contributed, and I thought, well, I don't want to just repeat what has already been stated. So I started, before we got to this point, I was thinking, what are we not saying, or what are we not having that we should be for informed consent? So we tried to talk about that a little bit before we ran out of time. When may something need to be revisited? Most of those forms are good for a year, and then we go back a year later and do them again, and most of the time haven't looked at them all for that entire year, but maybe we should have, or maybe the client should have, because it would be helpful. So that was one thing that I'm trying to bring something different to the table here. And then,
absolutely, but even to your point, missed appointment fees, what that looks like if we haven't seen you for a while. Those are the type of things that have to be revisited. They don't take the whole session, but just a reminder, if someone's late consistently or not where they're supposed to be, those are the things that kind of bring it back. But like you said, it's meant to take the dust off of those papers in our mind. Okay, yeah, we need to revisit this and kind of help them to see, remember, we agreed to, and kind of go from there.
Right. So I almost done. I don't have a lot more. I think, the main thing, like has pretty much been said, is the confidentiality, the policies and goals, safety protocols, I think are pretty important. Expectations, I think are pretty important. But the one thing that I don't think I've heard yet, talking about this, is what's something that might need to be added, not like for today's discussion, but on the form itself, like a line that says what's something like other, like every once in a while you get that client that's a little bit out of the box, right? Outside the box. And they're like, well, how come you're not concerned with something that might be a really good idea that we just didn't think of, so I don't know if it's necessary, but I think it's worth considering.
I mean, for those that work for agencies, I would definitely be talking to supervisors, like I said, to make sure. But for those in private practice, I mean, something always comes up. It's going to be something. Like I said, mentioned earlier, I don't know if you heard that, but I was talking about being in, I had a huge office suite that I shared with some other therapists, and I was in there late by myself, so I'm foreseeing this could be a problem later. There's no one here, something does pop off. I'm by myself, so that may be something personal to decide. It may be some other things, but there's always going to be something that comes about, and it makes you think, you know what, we need to revisit that, going forward. But you're always going to have a client that's out of the box, and it'll be something that's not common with other people, but just have an open mind to that. So very good point. Thank you, Winona. Thank you. Patricia Thorns, and then we're going to go to lunch.
The one thing I thought of we haven't discussed is licensed eligible clinicians who are under supervision for licensure, and having to disclose that, and the fact that, they will have a supervisor who will be reviewing and monitoring their casework. Absolutely. And the client should know that, because then they can say yes or no. Because if you're being supervised and I don't want this information with someone, then, we have to move that. Very good point. Very good point. You all did an excellent job. And again, this is, a lot of times, we think, it's fine, we know how to do that or whatever. But like Winona said, things come up and things are changing, particularly ever since the pandemic. A lot of stuff has changed. So we're looking at it through different eyes and trying to remember, okay, I didn't discuss that, I didn't look at that. And sometimes, and I think Mark brought up when he was talking about teens, if you have a disgruntled parent, no, you need to tell me what was discussed in that session. That's my child. We're coming back around to that conversation with, this is what goes on in sessions and what can be revealed and what cannot be revealed.
So you all did an excellent job. So it's about 11:55. We're going to come back at 1:05 because we were going to go at 11:50. So we're going to come back at 1:05. Enjoy your lunch. Feel free to turn your cameras off, mute yourselves, and we'll see you back then.
I don't know what it's like where you are, but in Norfolk, there's a huge storm. So hopefully I'm not going to lose connection.
Yeah, and in Georgia, we've had those storms first, so it's kind of making its way north. So you guys are actually getting what we had. We had it for a week. So I don't know how long before it pushes off, but welcome back, everybody. Yes, I hope people's internet does not get cut off. But I totally know what that storm thing feels like. We've been with it all week, and I'm so happy to see sunshine. But I hope everybody had a good lunch. And I wanted to reach out to find out or check in and see if there are any questions on what we've talked about thus far. Any things you thought about while you were on break? Hopefully we've taken some cobwebs out from that informed consent and helped you to start thinking about it again, even if, again, if you work for an agency, maybe I need to review what I'm being asked to do. Is always a good practice to ensure that you know what it is you're responsible for and how you need to do things. It looks like O. Baker typed before we went to break, do we have a sample to share? So I don't know if what you're referring to as far as a sample, and if you can unmute yourself and let me know of a sample you were looking for, that would be helpful so I can try to answer your question. That way we can kind of get an answer to the question. Other than that, yes.
Yeah, just in terms of you know what a pretty inclusive consent packet might look like. I realize that may differ some public versus private, but I just didn't know if you had one that you used in your private practice or something that might be useful for some considerations.
Thank you for that question. I think it's a great question. Actually, you are correct. There are different situations different situations in everybody's practice, either working for an agency or in private practice. That's very difficult to do because it's related to what you're going through. The fact that I'm in a different state, we have different rules that go on in a different state. So I always encourage people never to copy each other's, not that you would, I'm not saying you would, but never to copy, informed consents, because that consent is related to that agency. So you can get some ideas as far as, a foundation of, okay, I got to look out for this. And that was the purpose of the exercise that we did to really start help you and stimulate thinking about what would be applicable for what you do. But I don't think that we have to narrow it to anything in specific. Just being able to hit all those areas is really good to do. A great question. Because a lot of times, some of us, when we leave working for an agency and we have our own practice, we don't have anything together and we're looking at what the agency had. And, unfortunately, some people copy and paste, and that's never a good idea because, again, that's related to that agency. I think James mentioned that earlier of how he had read it, and it was really pertaining to keeping the agency from being sued. So you want to definitely check into what works for you, but you can use those as, a template to say, I've got to address this, got to address that, and then change things around for what it is you need to know. A great question. I know for me personally, when I left working for an agency, I didn't have a clue. I didn't know what to do. But I had gotten some help with helping me to figure out where to start and how to look at it and things of that nature. So great question. Looks like Hank Crowford.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if people are looking for templates, the Center for Ethical Practice in Virginia has forms on their website. I use those for my private practice. They're really handy. So it's just a resource.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. Because like I said, when you leave an agency, everything is all together for you. And when you start off on your own, you're just not sure where to start. So I think that that's a great thing to have. So great resource. Thank you, Hank. But hopefully the conversation that we had before lunch starts to stimulate, and maybe some things you hadn't thought of, you're now thinking of. Again, it does not have to be a book. So we're not necessarily trying to have it be thick. I'm not sure if somebody doesn't have themselves muted.
Please give me a call back at your earliest convenience. I can be reached at 757-253-4061.
Not sure who doesn't have themselves muted. Make sure you mute yourselves.
That's Hank.
Okay.
Have a great day.
All right. So again, you know, just looking at what to put in there, some things can be combined. You know, you can combine some things. Rights and responsibilities, HIPAA, you know, consent for treatment, things can be kind of put together so it's not, you know, a whole lot that they're looking at. Do back and forth pages, the front and back of the pages to kind of consolidate so it's not a whole lot. For those who are in private practice, I tend to send my paperwork to them early before our session. We will go over it in the beginning of the session, but at least they have a chance to review it and can have any questions they have, things of that nature. So great question. So now we're moving forward, and again, just want to remind, we're hearing some background noises from people. Make sure you're on mute so that it does not carry into our session today.
You have a second for a quick question?
Absolutely. And I'm sorry, I don't see the person who I'm talking to.
This is Charles.
Charles, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So it was about the scenario earlier about the teenager who had the non-suicidal self-injuries that was talking to the guidance counselor.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to informed consent, and I know we mentioned a little bit about mandatory reporters, and I don't know if my lines are getting blurred or if I'm muddying the water, but with the mandatory reporters and a situation like that, would it be in a violation of, how would it look if that teenager would actually speak to a counselor, the counselor sees those self-injuries, they are non-life threatening, however, they are concerning, and the counselor contacts EMS, contacts the parents to say, hey, this is what I see. Are they just required to say, this is what I see these injuries? Or if that teenager were to disclose, this is what I did, this is why I did it, this is when I did it, do they have to report that too? Or this just saying, hey, I saw this, and would that be a way of also maintaining that? Would that be a violation? I'm not sure how it even work. Would you have to say everything in pertaining to those injuries, or can you just say, hey, I see these injuries, I'm reporting what I see?
Absolutely, you're responsible for what you see, not necessarily the whole session. So this person's life is in danger, like you said, they're concerning. And in that case study, she was saying, I'm not trying to kill myself. I just do this as a sense of relief. But the injuries are concerning. So as a teenager, you know, she doesn't know what areas to hit. She doesn't know where her arteries are. She doesn't know any of that. So at this point, she's a danger to herself. So at that point, you're just reporting she's a danger to herself, call EMS, let's let a professional have some sight into what's going on. Now, as far as why she did, you don't necessarily need to know, unless it's abuse. Abuse, you have to report.
Right, but in this scenario, it was self-injury.
It was self-injury, it's self-inflicted. And again, they looked concerning.
Now, is that a violation of their privacy by me just reporting, I see these injuries on you? And if they disclose to me, well, I did this because of X, Y, and Z, and I did it last night. So I'm not telling authorities, okay, well, they said they did it last night, and these are the reasons. I'm reporting, these are the cuts that I've seen, and these are the places that I've seen them, and these are concerning to me. Is that a violation of?
Absolutely. What you said, the latter. These are the cuts that I'm saying. This is an issue where she could hurt herself. She's not, at this point, she's not able to go back into the community and be safe. She's not safe.
Okay, so no privacy is being violated in that regard then, is it?
Correct. She was saying, she was trying to be able to keep the counselor in the case study from saying anything.
Okay, all right.
And that's why she said, you can't say anything because you told me you were keeping my information confidential, but you are now at risk, which means it's crossed into something else.
Okay, I got you.
A great question. Thank you. And I think I also saw it in the chat, you know, I can help you tell your mom or tell your parents, I'll be with you. But again, the concern is these cuts that she's doing. So great question. Great question. What makes these questions really great is because they make us think about, these are gray areas. It's not black and white. You know, and in this area, what do I need to do? And sometimes we struggle with that. We're not sure about what the next step is. Okay, so good way of thinking. So as we've talked earlier today, we've talked primarily about what clients need, that informed consent, talking about putting those boundaries in place. And from what we've discussed, and I'm gonna go back to sharing my screen. From what we've discussed, ethics and boundaries collide with each other. They interact, they're interchangeable. Putting boundaries in place, ethics is your foundation from what we've talked about today. Boundaries is the structure you begin to put in place, but it's pretty much, you know, a way of life. It's not something that can be, well, I just do this at work. And that doesn't pertain to anything that goes on with me personally. A lot of the work that we do does pertain to us. So we're going to shift the conversation more to the provider and who provides the service. So you have to think about, what boundaries do I have in place to be able to protect things for me, to protect me in the process of when I do this work. Okay. And that brings up the subject of pressure. How do I handle pressure? This is a personal thing. How do I handle pressure? How do I handle when I'm asking the client to do this and they refuse? How am I handling going into someone's home? We've talked about that. You go in the home and do therapy. How am I handling what they're asking me to do? We talked earlier about getting a letter because I don't want to go to work anymore. I'm too stressed out. Can you just write a letter for me? This is a personal thing now. How do I personally handle pressure? I mentioned earlier about having my own therapist, a place that I can put my things and help me regulate or manage what's going on, what's being asked of me. I mentioned earlier, I'm a caretaker for a parent. So if I go from handling things with my clients to then stepping into that mode, that's a lot of pressure. Sometimes I've had enough. I don't want to do anything else. I just want to be me, go in my room with my dog and the remote and the bed in that order. But that's me being honest with me. In this line of work, you have to be honest with yourself. If you're hearing and doing a session and it's crossing into some things that you go through personally, transference, but you've got to own that. This is a bit much for me. It's crossing that line. Not, I'm okay, I just need to move on. No, this has crossed the line. And what happens with this is when we don't address it, it begins to bleed into other things. So being honest, I've had enough. I'm tired. I think someone mentioned earlier about burnout, and we'll talk about that a little later. When we get to that point, things are just numb. I can't differentiate things anymore because I'm just numb. I'm tired. And at that point, a client asks you for something, you're not paying attention. You say yes just to get them out of your face. And now we move into a dangerous spot. So it's important to pay attention to your own boundaries. When does this go too far? If I'm at work and let's say I'm working in a building and things are rising to that level, taking a 5 or 10 minute break, sometimes just letting the sun hit your face gives you a moment to just, that's really, really important because we are also part of the therapeutic relationship. Okay, so there's something to think about. So personally, how do I deal with pressure? Some of us don't deal well with pressure. Some of us are maybe too aggressive. Not asking anyone to disclose, but being honest with where you are when it comes to pressure. So we're going to watch a clip. And I'm going to take this off share just for a moment. And we're going to watch a clip of a very, very, very old movie. The movie is called What About Bob? For those that haven't seen it, hilarious. You probably could find it on YouTube and watch the whole movie. That's how old it is. Okay. But for those that have never seen this movie, the movie's about a psychiatrist who is seeing his patients and he's about to go on vacation. And this is the old model. Where, you know, if a physician went away, we got an answering service, somebody's on call, things of that nature. Usually at the psychiatrist level, there's always someone on call. But nonetheless, the old model was answering service and someone's on call and then go from there. So he has this patient who probably has every diagnosis in the DSM. And he's wigging out because he's telling him, I'm about to go on vacation, such and such is on call. And the patient says, oh no, I'm not going to be any good. This is not good. He says, you'll be fine. Such and such is here. They're able to answer the call and you'll go from there. He's like, doc, no, I don't think I can. I don't think I can. He's like, you've been doing really good. So he's trying to encourage him and help him recognize that you'll be fine. So the next scene is he's off with his family and they're at their vacation home. And that's how old this is. You got a vacation home. And the patient goes back to the office and somehow swindles the receptionist out of the address of where the psychiatrist is staying. He proceeds, and this is how old this movie is, he proceeds to take a Greyhound bus to the location of where this individual is. Okay. And he shows up and the family of the psychiatrist is like, oh, he's nice, no problem. The psychiatrist is wigging out saying, this is not a good thing. This is not good. We need to get you to go back home. So the scene that you're going to watch is him at the bus station and he's trying to get him to get on the bus and you'll see the interaction between the two. So watch this. We'll talk about it after the clip and we'll go from there.
Well, then let's have a little talk. Bob, I do not see patients on vacation, ever. How many ways can I make that clear? Now, what I'd like you to do is to get on this bus and go back to New York.
I can't. I'm totally paralyzed. I'm all locked up.
You got yourself here.
Barely.
Well, getting back will be therapeutic.
But can't we just have a little talk?
Bob, you are testing my patience.
Come on, I've come so far.
Bob,
I'm baby stepping.
Bob.
I'm doing the work. I'm baby stepping. I'm not a slacker.
Listen to me.
Check it out. Look at, I'm in really bad shape. Come on, please,
Bob,
please.
Bob.
Give me. I need.
Bob,
Listen,
Bob.
Give me,
Okay,
please.
all right.
Please.
All right. So what did you see here? What happened with the psychiatrist? You can raise your hand and let me know what you saw. What happened with the psychiatrist? What happened with the patient? Ms. Squires, what'd you say?
He buckled.
He caved.
He buckled. He was manipulated.
He was manipulated and he caved. Now, in your opinion, we didn't do the movie, but what do you think made him fall down? What made him collapse?
Huh.
Repeating himself.
Hold on one second. Go ahead, Ms. Squires.
I guess because of how far the patient had come, and he was just thinking about who Bob was in general, and he was seeing that he wasn't getting anywhere with getting him on the bus. So
that's true. Okay, so he collapsed. All right, good point. Michael Burbage.
Only thing I saw, well, that's not the only thing I saw, but one of the things I saw is the fact that he was actually working on his vacation.
He was working on his vacation, honestly.
He's working because he was having interaction. He had interaction with a client. You know, he's supposed to be on vacation. So
that's true.
You know, that's his own boundary that he broke.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So but you know what? He's being forced, Mike, because the patient showed up. So in a way, he's being forced. It's not like he's working just to be working. He got forced into it. So to your point, I see your point, though. I see your point. Okay. Anything else you guys saw? What made him collapse? Someone else was saying something, I missed it.
How does he even know where he went in the first place? Like,
because he went to the receptionist and she gave up the address. Yeah, that right there. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like, that says a lot in itself.
Absolutely. She gave up the address, and that's how he found out the address, and that's how he's there. So yeah, we got big problems with her too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Regina, why do you think like he collapsed?
You're
muted. Take yourself off mute. You're muted.
I always forget that. I apologize. I think it's because he is a therapist and he fed into this, I'm paralyzed. I can't do anything. I can't go back right now. And so being a therapist, he went into the therapist role and gave in.
He gave in. Is it possible, Regina, that it also was in public?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
It's in public. We don't want to seem.
Right.
So he's trying to calm him down. And maybe if I get him calm, he'll get on the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Bunch of ways to look at this. Very good, Regina. Patricia?
I don't think that he was going to leave. So he had to try to intervene in some sort of way to prompt him to, you can do this.
Jumped into that therapeutic mode. You can do this. But then he said, no, I can't. And you notice his voice volume was going up. So maybe he was going to act out. We don't know. And he just said, all right. But anybody notice the facial expression when he said, all right, of the client? The client went back to, okay, this is what I wanted. I wanted you to just get to, okay.
He rewarded me.
And his whole face, it's just like a little 5-year-old when you gave him the cookie. He just went back to, this is what I'm looking for. Very good point, Patricia. Eddie Wiggins?
Yeah, I think that because of their relationship, I think the client knew that. That's why he's like a kid. You know, kids know if I keep nagging, eventually they're going to give in.
Exactly. Teenagers in particular. So for y'all that got teenagers that are driving, their goal is to get the car keys. That's it. So they will say whatever to get those car keys. Okay. But again, I think someone brought it up earlier. It's manipulation. To your point, Eddie, he knew, how far do I have to take this? Now, what you guys didn't see was at the home, his family was saying, oh, he's all right. So he was supposed to cave then. He didn't. So now I got to up my game because I need to see this person. I really can't be away from this person. This person's enmeshed with the client and he's just, I need you to be there or whatever. But nonetheless, there was manipulation here. Paying attention to situations that we get manipulated into. The pressure. We mentioned earlier with the case study of the principal and the counselor. She may have been a new employee and she's going to do what she has to do to keep her job, but it was a violation. So that pressure of, and I think I used the words earlier, of having the courage to talk to the principal and say, this is inappropriate. Sometimes we struggle with that. That's a personal thing. And I'm not trying to out anybody in this session we're having, but you have to think of personally, how do I handle pressure? Clients try to talk us into certain things. I mentioned earlier about the notes being written for work. Personally, I don't write notes. I'm not a physician. That belongs in the hands of the physician. And if you want me to talk with the physician, we have a release of information so that I can talk back and forth. No problem. But I don't feel comfortable writing it because I'm not a physician. Oh, well, you can. They'll accept it from you. No. So we're really talking more personal. How do I handle the pressure? If someone, I think someone mentioned earlier about bringing someone into the session. Well, I want to bring my mother in. She can vouch for me. We have a problem here. When I do suicide work, a lot of times, if I have someone who is a danger to themselves and cannot stay in the community, they're often trying to convince me that they're okay, even though you've got all these cuts. And these cuts are fresh. They haven't been sitting here. So at this point, I don't know if you're really trying to not harm yourself, because you don't know where your arteries are. And for some situations, particularly with the suicide team, I'd rather err on the side of caution. Let someone tell me I'm wrong. But at least you're in front of a physician who can vouch for everything is okay, versus leaving you in the community and something fatally happens. Okay, so we're now looking personally. How do I handle pressure? What do I do with that? Do I ignore it and say it'll be okay? That's a personal thing we're talking about now. Maybe I need to look into that. I've had many of these sessions where someone will say, you know, I do struggle with pressure. And that's okay. They chose to disclose. But at the same time, these are the things that we want to work with our counselors, our therapists. I'm struggling with this. Maybe I don't like confrontation and I just give in. Because what we don't know about in that clip is maybe he doesn't like confrontation. Could be that. But that's more of a personal thing you have to start to explore. So I'm going to go back to the presentation. Sometimes we just got to stop and think. Take time to stop and think. Don't allow anyone to pressure you into decisions. Process what's being asked of you is a good clinical best practice. It allows you the time to process it. If I need to talk to somebody, consult with someone. For those in private practice, consulting with a consultation group is really great. It prevents you from making reactionary decisions that may lead to long-term problems. Even if we're not talking in a clinical practice, think of buying a car. Soon as you show up, they are at the grass. How are you? What can we do? And again, it's running so fast. Sometimes you need to say, give me a minute. Let me think this through. Will this make sense for me? Okay, so these are the times that you start exploring internally. What's being asked? Is this something I can do? Is it something maybe I can't? Maybe I need to talk to somebody. Okay. When you make decisions reactionary, a boundary has been crossed. I'm not thinking it's all emotion. I mentioned earlier talking about teenagers getting the car keys. I'm just tired, just take the keys. It's reactionary. There's no thought involved. I'm just tired. I've had enough. So take your time to stop and think. Okay? When you start thinking about spaces where things belong, where you are in with the client and you're working on a specific area, the client then asks you questions. Is that crossing a boundary? Stop and think about that. Okay? So if you think about that in relation to the relationship that goes on with our clients, their space and your space kind of merges a little bit. But there's a space in between that's the area of consent, so to speak. This is the area we're working on. In our society, when one shares something, the other one begins to share something, that's the expectation. Helping the client to recognize this is not a friendship, this is a therapeutic relationship. So I will not be sharing, but I will help you with your situation. Okay, so that's that gray area in between, or that merged area in between. The informed consent defines where I am and where you are. Okay? The focus is not to cross it. If you're working with a client on this issue, you're not out Googling them trying to figure out what they're doing. In that area, sometimes it gets to be challenging because now, at least in the Atlanta area, we're the new Hollywood. So we have celebrities in the area all over. I wonder what they're doing. You're online Googling them. That's a violation. Okay, so the goal is not to cross those areas. So when it comes to boundaries for individuals, these are the areas. You have your intimate space, which is where you reside mostly with people in the inner circle, personal space. And then outside of that, social. Unfortunately, what social media has done is begun to blend those spaces. Okay, so you're identifying personally, where are my things? In what circle are they in? Is it possible I have them all over and they shouldn't be all over? If you have a private practice, you have your personal space, your business space, and then your social. Again, identifying where these areas are is really, really important. Sometime with clients, when we talked about this particular exercise that we do in sessions, we find out everything is in that personal space. Friend, foe, everybody's in the personal space. And what they discover is, now I see why I keep getting injured a lot, because everybody's in my personal space or my intimate space. So identifying the private space is important. Maybe working with this particular client has crossed into that space. Okay. So just think personally, what are some ways that boundaries can be crossed in our social and personal? We talked about that a few minutes ago. Are we discussing with clients what is private for you? Sharing too much information? Do we even have a therapist to discuss our private space? That's something that has to be processed. Okay. What you want to answer is this too much? In that clip, the psychiatrist was saying that's too much, even if the family didn't agree. This is too far. The movie is actually a comedy, so if you haven't seen it, like I said, you could probably go on YouTube and find the whole movie. But it's a comedy and it turns out really good in the end and he gets along with family and everything's fine. But the psychiatrist was correct. This is too much. Okay. So what you do with clients, again, goes back to that informed consent. It redefines the limits of how far I will go. Okay, so here's some examples. Would this be a good addition to an informed consent? We understand that while working as a couple, anything either of us might say to Dr. Miller individually, whether by phone or by individual session, will be held confidential and will not be shared with the spouse or partner without the individual's consent. This would be a good thing to add to the informed consent because it's helping the couple recognize what either of us says. I'm sorry, I actually said that wrong. What either of us says will not be held confidential. When we're in couples counseling, whatever is said individually comes to the session. This is to help not create allies with the therapist against the other party. So this is not a good addition. But this happens all the time. For those that do couples therapy, it's happening all the time. Well, listen, let me tell you what he did about such and such. And don't tell him I said it. We have a problem here. So these type of things are discussed before sessions begin. And then they get a chance to agree, do we want to go into this or not? Here's another example. I understand that Dr. Smith is not agreeing to be an expert witness or to testify on my behalf or on the behalf of any other individual other than my child at a deposition, court proceeding, or in any other way. I understand that Dr. Smith may or may not meet with me, my attorney, or any other party in any custodial or divorce proceeding at her sole discretion. Dr. Smith may also charge for the receipt of any correspondence or acceptance of any telephone calls other than those directly from the court or counsel for my child. This is something good to add. It's letting them know what my role is in the event of a deposition, court proceeding, all of that. Fees are charged separately. I am not the expert witness. What's interesting about court proceedings, that's not something most times you know in the beginning. They come up while you're in therapy. So do I have anything in place that's being spoken to about that? And we mentioned that earlier when we had the exercise. Okay, everything goes back to that informed consent. It's a healthy boundary because it informs the client what the lists are in the counseling relationship. Describes your responsibility as well as the client's responsibilities. Okay. So we have a question. It looks like last name Bedford.
Yeah. Hi, Marsha
Hi.
Bedford. How are you? So
Hi.
going back to that question, or I mean, not the question, but the statement that you made about the court proceeding. What do you do in an event when you're subpoenaed though, and the court is ordering you to come, even though you may tell your clients that's not something that you're going to do?
Right. If you're ordered to come, you still don't have to tell anything unless something comes directly from the judge. That information is confidential. And they know that. But a lot of times with attorneys, you get caught in the hallway and they're asking questions and you're in the moment. You're just in the moment. And that's when you've got to stop and say, okay, wait a minute. Do we have anything from the judge stipulating that? Because even if you were to be put on the stand, you can plead that you are keeping that information confidential unless otherwise said.
Okay.
Yeah, a good question because it happens all the time. All the time. And you see something come to your office that's official, you're like, oh, I have to. But it's also important, again, to allow the clients to know in the event of that, especially for those that are seeing couples. Divorce comes up. Attorneys come up. We want to know what was said during the session. These are the things that have to be explored and be put in that informed consent, saying, this is what I will and will not do. And I think someone mentioned earlier, if I am called to testify, then the fees are not that, the fees are this. Separate, because they're automatically going to think it's whatever the fees have been to come see them for therapy. It's different. And if we have not thought of that, and that's not sitting anywhere in our informed consent, oh, well, I didn't know about that. Okay, so again, pressure that you're experiencing, that things haven't been spoken to. I think Regina said on in the chat, this is where things would get very unethical. It would eventually come out and the therapist is sitting there in a very bad space. Absolutely. This is what this is meant to do, is to help you to start thinking. Again, even if you work for an agency, please tell me the process of which things happen that I'm prepared for, so I understand what I'm supposed to do. I think James mentioned, because they write the informed consent to be able to keep them from being sued. But again, what about your license? And again, all of these things pop up out of nowhere. So I'm gonna go back to the presentation. Everything comes back to that informed consent. Okay. So we have to think about, at times, we're doing different activities that call us outside of what we're supposed to be doing. Client says, can you please talk to my husband? Can you please talk to my teacher and let them know that I'm okay? Or things that outside of that limit. I don't have permission to speak to them. But in a crisis situation, a lot of people are not thinking, it's really more reactionary, and that's when we get into trouble. In that example, the case study earlier about the young lady, it would be explained to her, I'm sorry, we did talk about if you were at danger, that I have to inform someone and let them know. But I think I mentioned earlier about the importance of helping the client recognize, I'm here to help you, not to turn you in, not to do any of that, but to help you. So again, examine how you feel about the pressure you experience on a daily basis. We're human. I think someone put in the chat, we're human. And I'm trying to help. But things have to be put in their proper boundaries. That goes back to what we talked about earlier. Ethics is that foundation. The boundaries are the rooms. Where are you putting things? You don't put a kitchen, don't put a bathroom in the middle of the kitchen. That's belongs in a different space. So what boundaries do I have in place to be able to ensure that this is going to go in a good direction? Miriam? You're muted. You can unmute yourself, Miriam.
No, this is helpful. I just don't know how that happened. I didn't think I hit anything.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Sorry about that.
No problem. No, you're good. So again, it's starting us thinking. How we end up in the wrong spot. One of the areas that's really important to think about, and we talk about all the time, are dual relationships. And majority of the time when we talk about dual relationships, immediately the brain goes to, or most of our conversations, to sexual relationships. But not all dual relationships are of a sexual nature. So this is what the Code of Ethics says. Counselors consider the risks of accepting clients as those whom they've had a previous relationship. The first thing I want to point out in just that part is the counselor or the practitioner considers the risk, meaning the onus is on the professional, not on the client. Okay, same thing happens in the second code. Counselors avoid entering into non-professional relationships with former clients, their romantic partners, or their family members when the interaction is potentially harmful to the client. The onus is on the professional. So not all dual relationships are of a sexual nature. Some, you could all of a sudden have a leak in your roof and one of your clients is a roofer. You've got water dripping all through your living room and you're trying to think quickly about someone you know, someone you can get to come look at this issue. That client comes to mind. I could call Bill. Bill would help me with this. We're now entering into a new relationship with Bill. We're not just the therapist or the practitioner. We are now the client of him, and we're also the therapist. Bill comes out to the house to look at it. Absolutely, I can take care of it. We can fix this toot sweet. Not an issue. We'll take care of that. And I won't charge you because you've been my therapist and you've been great. Okay, now we're starting to head that direction. Bill didn't charge you because you're his therapist. Now, when it comes to paying for session, Bill is looking for the same thing from you. This is when we get into those relationships that it gets gray very, very, very quickly. Okay. The reason we don't want to begin dual relationships is because, number one, it causes ambiguity, uncertainty. There's role confusion. We talked about roles earlier today. I'm confused. It can easily cause further damage. And as I mentioned earlier, responses like "I thought" are inadmissible in court. It's a danger to the client as well as the practitioner. But this started off with my roof leaking. I didn't intend to hurt Bill. I was just asking if he could, and he said he could, and we took care of that. But now it created this other thing. If we go back to the example with the movie, What About Bob? He's now showed up in front of the client, in front of his psychiatrist, as well as the family. And by the end of the movie, he was friends with the psychiatrist's family. That is definitely a breach. So it causes role confusion and ambiguity. So do not always think it's of sexual nature. You can easily enter into other relationships without even thinking. Violation happened with a counselor in Georgia of a youth detention center. Now you're thinking, okay, these are kind of the stories that are typical. But what was interesting about her story was when she told what happened, she explained that she had been having problems at home in her marriage. But she was going to work every day, doing what she was supposed to do. And this particular teen had been approaching her for quite a while and just wore her down. She was caught on camera, having sex with him in one of the rooms. And she said she just lost sight of judgment. That part there is what I'm focusing on. The losing sight of judgment. It's subtle, It happens slowly but surely over time. I'm not able to make sense of what's going on. I'm just going to work, coming home, stuff is happening. And I'm unaware. It's not as overt as a person actually says, okay, I like this person who's my client. I'm going to go have sex with this person. We're not talking that. We're talking the subtle things. That goes back to our conversation earlier about pressure. I'm not aware of what's been happening. And all of a sudden, here we are. So something to think about. Now, I will bring into the conversation a clip we're going to watch. This movie is called First Wives Club. For those that haven't seen it, it is a movie about 4 women who are college classmates, and they graduate college and off they go into their lives. The one that was voted more ambitious, she actually marries a man who's very wealthy, and he leaves her for a younger woman. She is devastated, dealing with depression, and as a result, she kills herself and jumps off a building and kills herself. At the funeral, the other 3 attend the funeral and find out that they're all experiencing the same thing. All of their husbands have left them for a younger woman. And they find out, oh my gosh, we're going through the same thing. And they form this group called the First Wives Club. One of the 3, her and her husband, are in the process of talking about reconciling. And the clip you're going to watch, you're going to see her and her husband talking about reconciling. They have both been in marital counseling. And the clip you'll watch will show what happens as a result of an exchange they have one night. So I'm gonna go back to the presentation, and then we'll talk about it after you guys see the clip.
No, come here. Come here.
Aaron, Aaron, I love you.
I want a divorce.
But we just made love. I mean, you asked me out.
I asked you out to tell you, but then he looked so great, and I thought, geez, how romantic. You know, one last time, the goodbye kiss.
But this wasn't just a kiss.
Annie, don't be childish. You know how you manipulate me.
What? Manipulate? What? Oh my God. Is there someone else?
Of course not. This is about us.
But
it's really about you, but
babe.
no, there's...
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
This is very awkward.
No. Annie was just leaving.
You told her?
I was totally upfront.
What? Excuse me?
Well,
Annie, this is rough. I know that. Rough! Wait a minute. I don't understand. You are my therapist? I'm a woman. He is my husband.
Annie, we've been separated for months now. Let's not over-dramatize, okay?
Aaron, she's allowed to be angry. Annie, let's use this. He's found someone new. You're free. Closure.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but that is not what this is.
Well, Annie,
No.
no, Annie, you are not helping us out here. Now, I am sorry that it has to happen this way.
I am very sorry I ever met you, and I am sorry that I allowed myself to love you for all those years. I'm sorry I did nothing but be there for you every minute of every day and support you in your every move! I'm sorry!
All right. What do we see here?
Anger.
Joy, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Oh, Lord. The ex-wife or estranged wife or whatever she is has feelings for her husband and finds out he's seeing someone else behind her back.
Absolutely.
So she gets angry.
Exactly. And it's her therapist.
Yeah, and it's her therapist. So I'm surprised she didn't go after her neck.
Exactly. No worries. Thank you, Joy. Miss Squires, tell me what you saw.
Deception.
Deception. Tell me why you say that.
Because you're telling this individual your deepest, darkest secrets, and and then she has this inappropriate relationship with someone who should know that you don't care to know those secrets.
Exactly. So can we say safely manipulation?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. Manipulation. Absolutely. Thank you. Regina Foster.
Yeah, manipulation on part of the therapist and on part of the husband. Because it appears that he had her come see him for a sexual encounter, and then his mistress walks through the door, who is her therapist. So, I mean, that's the worst possible scenario for a therapist to find herself in.
Exactly. I'm seeing all through the chat. Divorce, somebody be sued. This is ridiculous. Yep, absolutely. Charles Stamper.
In context of what you were talking about earlier with the course, you're talking to this person. I know the movie, this scene is funny, but
yes.
On another note, I mean, if you're talking to someone and they are, let's say it is the opposite sex or whatever it is, and that person is going through something extremely tragic or extremely hard, they're very vulnerable, and there you are as the therapist, and that person starts to make a connection with you, and they start seeing you as the source of their relief, of their comfort, of their recovery, and they start creating these emotional connections to you. So this is a comedic way it was explained in this clip, but absolutely. I think that's something that everyone in this room needs to be wary of, that someone may start to see us as, or you as that, make that connection to that healing to you. And I need you. And they start falling, I don't want to say quote unquote in love, but making some sort of infatuation towards you.
Absolutely. Now, Charles, I'm curious, do you see him as the advancer or do you see the therapist as the advancer?
I haven't seen this movie, but just based on that clip, they're both all, I mean, it's comedy. They're both all messed up, but he was already looking for something from the sounds of this clip and what you explained earlier. And they're both jacked up. They all messed up.
Absolutely. Okay, good point, Eddie Wiggins.
What I was going to say is, you asked that question at the end when you were talking to Mr. Stamper, but I mean, as far as the therapist is concerned, she crossed the boundary. Regardless of who made the first advance, she crossed the boundary, and that's unethical.
Absolutely. The onus falls to her. Now, here's the question I'm going to ask y'all. Does it look like this therapist has done this before? I'm seeing head shake. Yeah. So that would make her a predator. She has been doing this all this time. Because when she was brought to task on it by Annie in the clip, she said, you are my therapist. And she said, I'm a woman. So she's done this before. To Charles's point, this happens all the time. Someone put in the chat, no remorse at all. She had no remorse at all. It can be, yes, Charles, that someone comes on to you. Absolutely. That happens all the time. But at the same time, this person being a predator, because if both of them were brought to court, the person they're going to bring it to is the therapist. She's the professional.
Yeah, no doubt. The therapist is legally, and I would say, I don't even know, because I don't even know how would go, because he's married to her.
Mhm.
He was married to her before he had a therapist. And so
Exactly.
he made
Exactly.
solemn vows and oaths to her, his wife. She made the therapist made an oath of herself. That's why I said they're both all legally. Yeah, she will get her butt suit off, but
yes,
they're both fully. I mean, they're both totally accountable for that. But her, I see so more so in this scenario of what we're talking about here, as far as therapy goes, that she should not have crossed those lines.
She's in
Absolutely.
a position of power.
Absolutely.
And therefore the onus 100% is on her, because this is
on
not
her.
an equal relationship. And she has a position of power and authority by virtue of her position.
Absolutely. Good points, Stacy. Regina Foster, can you comment to what you said in the chat? You said she also harmed her client emotionally and psychologically. Can you speak to that, Regina?
Yeah, when the therapist walked in and the husband said, she asked the husband, you told her? So she knew what she was doing was wrong. But then the client was so upset emotionally. She was just off the chart. And she was so angry. And you could see her building till she was just screaming. So she was harmed emotionally and psychologically by the therapist.
Absolutely. That is what that code focuses on. The emotional and psychological damage that you would do to a client, to the point that we've been discussing up until this point. The therapist, of course, Charles agrees, the therapist would be sued, but the onus belongs to the therapist. Because if you think about it, look at all the things that we work with clients on. Devastating things. They're in a vulnerable position. That's what makes the therapist the predator. She knows that people are in a vulnerable position and proceeds to do what she does. Even if he came on to her first, she had the right to say no. She had the right to say this is inappropriate. And when she defended herself by saying, I'm a woman, lets you know that she was not doing that before. Now, it's a movie. It's meant to be comedy. But again, things happen like this all the time. And we have to become aware of what's actually happening. A lot of times they used to say in movies, it just happened. Nope. There were things that led up to, maybe cues I didn't catch that I need to be aware of. Winona?
This was the best example that I can imagine for this work, for this webinar, like on ethics, because of the position of power that the therapist had, and took advantage of that position of power because she didn't think she'd get caught, or she didn't care that she'd get caught. And isn't that what ethics is all about? Because we can say, or I can say, it's a question of morality, but how you define morality might be slightly different from how I define morality. And then we get into arguing with each other about who are you, or who am I to judge somebody else's understanding of morality. But this was wrong in every way. And as you said, the onus is on the professional. But
absolutely,
great example.
Thank you. Again, this is what makes me believe that she was a predator. She's someone looking for and working with couples. So, I mean, that's just the perfect setup. I can just have a relationship with whoever because they're already in trouble anyway. So we're just gonna kind of do, but that, again, that's dangerous. And now you're walking into relationships with people, and I can only imagine the wife, Annie, ever entertaining the idea of counseling again. Because that's trauma. So she's been traumatized, not just by her husband, but by the therapist. And I cannot tell you how many clients I have seen the very first session, we're just dealing with trauma. this is why we're bounded by our boards. I believe someone said it in the chat, you know, as far as being the professional. In these type of situations that we counsel clients with, they're very, very personal things. They would hand over keys to the kingdom if you gave them the opportunity. You've helped me with so much, and oh my goodness, I just wanna, and here we go. But there's an expectation that comes back around the other way. Like I mentioned, Bill, for instance, with helping with the roof. Bill is not now going to expect you to discount some charges because I helped you with the roof. So this is the area you want to definitely avoid. Regina, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I was also thinking that as her therapist, she knew where the client was emotionally. She knew what was going on in her life, and she took advantage of that and entered this relationship with this man. So
absolutely. And
lots
notice, Regina, she didn't knock on the door either. She had a key.
Mm-hmm.
You see how she just came in the room. She didn't knock on the door. She had a key.
Mm-hmm.
So again, absolutely. But this is just an example, again, for those who haven't seen the movie, hilarious movie. First Wives Club is a hilarious movie. But the area, you know, points out how things happen. And they can when someone approaches the other, but as the professional, you are ethically bound to say, this is a violation, this is not good.
You did have one question in here. And the question is from Latasha. What if the client becomes a professional or a therapist?
Can you explain that out a little bit, whoever wrote the question? I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah. So basically, I know like there's some therapists who see other therapists, but like what if the person was a client, you know, like they went to school and they became another therapist and they may just kind of, I guess, want to pick your brain or I guess may have questions, not that they're going to do therapy on you, but they just see you as a friend or like a mentor or something like
that. Okay. So I want to make sure I understand, Latasha. So this person used to be a client of yours and is now a therapist? Is that what you're saying?
This is hypothetical, but yes.
Okay, so if they're now a therapist and they're asking to pick your brain, I'm assuming by what the practice is, are they still your client?
No.
No. Okay. So you're held accountable for what you enter into. So if I am a therapist, because, you know, there are other therapists that see therapists, you know, so when I enter into that, then I'm bounded to what goes on in this session stays in this session. If someone makes an advance, you recognize it as unethical and we are not to accept that advance. If you're just asking me about the profession, that's something different. Because now this person is a colleague, it sounds like. So if you're just asking me that, I might answer the question, or I might refer you to your supervisor to talk to them. But as far as what we discussed in the session before you became a colleague remains confidential.
Okay, and that makes sense. And I guess I was just saying like they wanted to hang out, or it has nothing to do with like previous things that they talked about, but just like now that they're a colleague, are we equals? And I heard also like after 5 years that dual relationship could cease with certain other relationships too.
Absolutely, and certain different ones for social workers, for therapists, for psychologists. There are different rules. I think in social work, I heard that you can never be friends with a previous client. Maybe somebody can speak to that. I think the 5-year thing was licensed professional counselors. Personally, I that's not something that I want to do at all. I don't even want it to be a certain amount of years, any of that, because it's too much that can be misinterpreted. And this is the reason I say that, and I didn't say this earlier today, so I'm gonna say it now. A lot of times when grievances are brought and attorneys are brought in, attorneys are the masters of speaking that gray conversation. We are not. So for me personally, I choose not to go that route. But I would definitely check back with your board to make sure what is appropriate. But I just don't want it misconstrued. That's just too close for me. But good question.
Thank you.
So again, it's causing us to think personally about what's happening. In the clip, you know, they were already engulfed in a relationship, but when it was whether either one approached either one, you know, as the professional, you have to think this through. Does this make sense? And in the clip, she was saying, well, I'm just a woman. In other words, I'm human. So, you know, I want to date somebody, I date somebody. He wasn't even divorced. And in the movie, all the husbands were very wealthy. And I was like, oh, you're playing with your money too. So you got to consider all those things when it comes to entering into a dual relationship, which is why the code is saying that that's not something that you want to entertain. Okay. So we're going to move into the focus of social media. And what I think is interesting about social media is it is the flip opposite of our industry as a whole. Our industry is document, lock things down, no one else gets information. Social media is share everything, including your dinner. We want pictures of your dinner. We want pictures of where you've been, pictures of your animals. You share those on social media. And the challenge with our industry and having to function in the middle of social media causes a few problems for us. So I'm going to go back to the presentation. And again, the reason it causes an issue is because it brings up ambiguity again. I'm not sure. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what I'm not supposed to do. For those that work with teens, this is a big problem area because teens are being social. It's part of their development. And they want the same with you. You're going to be the cool counselor. And why can't we be friends on social media? It's a privacy invasion. It blurs the lines of communication and it's definitely confusing the roles. Okay. However, in this 21st century, this is considered a norm. To not share is considered awkward. Shows that you're disconnected. You don't want to be involved. Why would you not want to be involved? We're all social. We're all out here talking about what's great. So the communication online is considered to be friendly and normal. And for the practitioner, this is still being defined. This is the area that I think I'm starting to hear some conversations with various states and their boards about addressing this. But in some areas, either psychologists, social workers, or counselors, I'm hearing some conversation with social workers, but not enough. Psychologists, there's not anything discussed at all. The problem with this is if you don't give me definition, then you leave me to my own devices to figure that out, which may or may not be appropriate. Okay, so the code, if we go back to the code that we have here, counselors who engage in the use of distance counseling, we'll talk about that in a little bit, technology and social media within their counseling practices understand that they may be subject to laws and regulations of both the counselor's practicing location and the client's place of residence. The key word in the sentence is understood. You are to understand that you may be subject to laws. Now, if we go back to what we said about social media and how it's seen in our society, you're looked at as awkward for not sharing. But to go back to the code is saying, you understand. So we have a problem here because there's not enough discussion about what we're going to do. The pandemic has thrown us all into virtual worlds because initially when the pandemic started, no one could leave home. Rules were lessened so that we could be able to see clients. And we were in the midst of a crisis. Our industry thrives when there's a crisis, unfortunately. So we need counselors, but we haven't addressed the codes. So it creates a little bit of a challenge. All right. But the issue is when it comes to social media and putting things out, we have some confusion. What's cool to share, what's not cool to share? If I do post something, and let's say it's my private practice, and I post something, do I have it where someone can respond to that? Let's say Sally responds to my post and says, Talisa, this is great. This is why I see you as my counselor. Privacy invasion. Now it's out. Would she be the person responsible, or would I? I own the page. And according to the code, it's saying I'm responsible. I understand. Okay. How clients read social media relationships, depending on certain clients, they see you being their friend as a good thing. If you won't accept their friendship, what does that do to them? To borderline clients who struggle with relationships. You didn't accept my friend request. Why wouldn't you accept my friend request? To teenagers who thrive in social media, why wouldn't you accept my friend request? These are some things that social media creates. As a result of that, we have to have policies put in place. Policies that address some of these gray areas. So here's a sample. This is actually one that I used in my informed consent, my social media policy. I understand that my therapist or my business name may have social media pages, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, that were created for promotion purposes. My business does not accept friendships from any current or former clients on these sites, as this may blur the boundaries of ethics and confidentiality. However, you are welcome to like or follow the social media page, as helpful tips, resources, and blog posts are posted for consumers to help with common problems that are experienced. You are under no obligation to like or follow these pages. It is encouraged for you not to post on these pages, as this may present problems and compromise your confidentiality. Social media policies are now, in this day and age, required. For those that work for agencies, do we know what the social media policy is? Is there one that exists? This is something you need to talk with your supervisors about. Do we have something in place? And now it's not just teenagers that want to befriend us. They're adults. I'm on the gram. Just follow me on the gram. But you can see where it gets to be a compromise. We have a problem. For protection, we need to start looking at things that are, if you do have a social media page, you need to have some privacy things on the page so that someone cannot see your information. If you're not sure about how to have correct privacy, ask someone. Usually I tell people to ask a young person. They can do it in 2 minutes. But feeling protected, do I just come off as social media, Talisa? Not necessarily. But we need to have privacy put in place so that no one can get into your page. I thought I had my privacy together on my site, or my page, and my son said to me, well, Mom, they can still see your pictures. I said, how are they seeing the pictures? He said, you got to lock those down too. I said, oh, okay. Okay, so you have to put privacy in place if you do have those pages. And what's interesting about some of the social media pages, they change. I will bring into the conversation, for the sake of this discussion, Like LinkedIn is the same thing. It's social media. People feel like because it's for business, oh, that's okay. No, it's social media. So things to think about. Do clients have the ability to post on your page? That can be changed. You can make sure no one can post and you're just putting positive things out. That's fine. Can there be a possible breach? Can clients meet each other on your social media page? Now I'm gonna take it off share. Any questions that come about when you think about this? How do we feel about social media? Do we feel like it's okay? Do you agree with the point that we feel like social media is the opposite of our industry? Regina Foster?
Yeah, I know that most people post on Facebook and stuff. I tend to just not go on there. I don't put my stuff out like that. And I don't like it when anyone else does. I had a friend at work who was taking pictures on her phone, and she posted a picture of me on Facebook. And everyone was saying, that's a nice picture of you on Facebook. It really made me angry. And I had to go to the girl and say, please take it off and please don't put pictures of me on Facebook. I don't want to be up.
You bring up a very good point. Very good point. Friends of friends. You may not, but somebody has something and they share something with other people. In no way, shape, or form am I frowning on social media, but you have to look at how that relates to what you do and how it interacts. If you have a private practice, you may have a social media page. I do. But I'm just putting positive things. No one has access to it. And you can't make any comments on it. So you have to consider how this affects what it is that you do. Winona?
Thank you. I believe that social media is contradictory to client-therapist relationships. And when I got into this field, I was told to not go on Facebook. And I said, that works for me. And then I heard that some other people in this field of work don't use their real names when they do go on social media so that they don't run into conflicts with vulnerable people that may want to harm them. I just think if it's a conflict, don't invite it, is kind of my attitude. I definitely see some controversy there, but on the other hand, since COVID, I have been very aware that some people have found solace with telehealth, online support systems for, people with substance use issues and people with interpersonal relationship issues and the people with, probably many other issues, that they just found a way to connect a little bit in a time where it was really, really difficult to connect. So I don't want to dismiss it. It's not for me. It is for some, I believe. And I think that our, like the Board of Social Work and the other boards in this business need to find some way to find reasonable, that's part of the problem too, because we don't all have the same idea of what reasonable is, that's a good conversation for an ethics workshop too, right? It's like,
absolutely.
How do we find it if we don't agree? Anyway,
exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. But this is why I think it's more or less something that has to be discussed within our boards. And I don't see enough conversation because I'm not demonizing social media. I think social media can be a great thing. It's not a horrible thing, but we have to find out how it works with what we do. And if we don't have our boards, who are the authorities on this, telling us how to navigate it, it creates problems. And I don't want to be on the wrong side of that. where they say, well, you shouldn't have, I will point me to the code that said I shouldn't. Well, we haven't discussed that, then you can't, it's got to be discussed so that we know what to do. And I'm starting to hear rumblings of it, but not enough discussion to that point. But thank you, Winona. Mr. Dukes?
Yes, ma'am. I'm pretty much on the same page you are about trying to have a dialogue with the board that you work with. But like most technologies come in, if they become new, there's a fear in society, the TV, the laptop, the computer, all of that stuff. They had challenges and there can be tools, positive tools or negative tools. It's a lot of it is about motives, but also being aware of why we're doing it and where we work at and everything.
Absolutely. And to your point, while we're sitting here, technology is being created. They coming up with new stuff. So what I'm wanting to see with our industry is more conversation about addressing that. And it's just been gray. It hasn't been legitimate to say, yeah, we want to continue with this. No, it's not. And like I said, some of us on here have teenagers that we see, and they're like, well, I want to be, and we're not trying to, frown upon social media, but how do we navigate this process? I'm gonna take these two and then we're gonna go to break. Miss Ruffin.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
So for me, I feel like social media has been an amazing tool to not only connect with clients, but whether it's through Zoom, encouraging different support groups, online, whether it's Facebook support groups, that was even before COVID. Apps, just connecting with people. I work primarily with substance use. And just recovery tends to happen, it's been my experience, with a good support system. And a lot of times at midnight, there tends to be a group of people in AA or NA connecting. And I think for me, it's been great.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you gave your insight on that, because we need that. But again, having more of a robust conversation so that we can, as an industry, determine how to navigate it. So thank you for that comment. Is it Benita?
Yes. NASW has a whole section that they have added to our ethics about social media and the appropriateness and inappropriateness of what you use with it. I'm a big social media person. I work with teenagers and adults and children. I don't do anything with them on social media, but I don't like to really demonize it, because I think that it can be used for good and for bad. But they, in terms of, the conversations, I feel like NASW has they had a whole task force addressing electronic communications and social media. So while maybe specific state boards don't do it, NASW does.
Absolutely. And that's the one I heard talking about it. But when you come to the counselors boards, I haven't heard anything, or haven't heard anything from the psychologists. So I think and that's exactly who I heard it from first. So I think if we start talking more, then we're able to figure out how to navigate it. So great conversation.
And then let me just quickly say, piggybacking on something this morning, I'm working on multiple in agencies, and I find that in terms of, I don't know about the counselors, but I find with the social workers, when I worked in a transplant center and a dialysis center and a children's hospital, in terms of dual relationships, I found like the nurses and doctors were not as strict as social workers were. Like I would have patients who would get angry at me because they had provided gifts, Christmas gifts and different things, pretty expensive ones, to the nurses and doctors. And they were like, they took them. And when I would say, I cannot take that because I'm your social worker, they would get really angry. And so what I decided to do is, like, when people would, like, let's say Christmas or birthday or whatever would come in, or like when we're terminating a relationship and it was positive, and they would attempt to give me a gift card or food or some expensive gifts. One person tried to give me a Michael Kors bag, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be a hard one. But I just told him I could not take it, and I said, well, if you give me a card, just like a thank you card, a Christmas card, I keep those, and that means so much more to me than anything else. So if they do something like, I really enjoyed our relationship, and I learned a lot. We had important conversations. I keep those. So that's how I do it. But I did notice in those settings that I don't know their ethics, but they take those things.
You
So.
are correct. You are correct. That's been going on for years, even before us. There was always, someone buying doctor's stuff, and, they accepted it. Was kind of across the board, but it was a no-no with us. So different board, different situation. But again, yeah, very good observing, because that's been happening for years. So we're going to go to break. We're going to come back in 15 minutes, which will put us at 10 minutes to the hour. And then we'll be in the last leg of this webinar. Have a great break. Just want to check in. There any questions, thoughts you've had since we went on break? And by the way, somebody shared earlier about getting a Michael Kors bag and had to turn that down. Latasha laughed, and so did I, because I've been like, ooh. Any other questions, thoughts? Okay. Sounds like we're all on the same page. So I want to reinforce that social media does not have to be a horrible thing. What we're really starting to talk about is what it takes to manage it in the midst of our profession. That's what we're not having enough conversation about, is how to be able to manage social media in the midst of our industry, because it is the total opposite. And by the way, just so you know, for those that choose not to do anything with social media, sometimes pages can be created in your name, in your business name. So I always encourage people to Google themselves every now and again, and just make sure what's out there is legit, because we are in the age of hackers, and they will do whatever. So Google yourself every now and again, just to make sure what's out there is correct. Excuse me. So with that being said, being in this digital era, and we've talked a lot about what happens and what doesn't, the pandemic again turned everything upside down. We had to quickly move to be able to accommodate clients, how to do it in such a way where their information is remained confidential, different platforms that are used to help maintain the confidentiality of our clients were put into place rather quickly. Insurance panels had to start making decisions about allowing us to see clients online, because we were all at home and making the adjustment. But the important part that I think sometimes we struggle with recognizing is the pandemic was a crisis, and the entire globe was in the midst of this crisis. And we were there to be able to help clients. We're really still finding our way out of that. So as a result, a lot of appointments that we're trying to get either for our own therapy or clients trying to get or find therapists, it's just been really backed up, because we're still really finding our way out of this pandemic. So with that being said, we have to examine ways on how to be able to make sure that we ensure the confidentiality of our clients, that we cannot be hacked, things of that nature. I have, in full disclosure, become 100% virtual therapist. I find it much easier. And I think maybe Regina might have said, a lot of clients feel good about being able to see someone from home. Atlanta's traffic is off the chain. So trying to get to my office has created a problem. And now they find it much easier to be able to be at home and not have to fight traffic to be able to have their sessions. But with that comes parameters. If we're going to do it from home, then we have to entertain how those things will need to be addressed. So now we're going to talk about telemental health or telehealth, depending on what state you're in, and how to be able to navigate that so that the clients get what they need, but at the same time, their information is not breached. So I'm going to go back into the presentation. And I'm very curious, I'm going to take this back off of share. I just want to open it up. What are some thoughts about telehealth, telemental health? What are some thoughts that you guys think about it? You think it's a good idea, not so good idea? Let me know your thoughts. You can raise your hand and let me know what you think about it. Some people in the beginning felt bad about it. Now they kind of like it. Some people still don't like it. Let me just get some feedback. Jimmy?
Yes, ma'am. Me personally, I think it's a case by case basis because it's it can be a good thing for some, but then you can get those bad situations that you much rather had seen that person in person. You need to see some clients you do need to see in person. You after working with them, you do need to see them in person and not virtually. Uh and some just can't see virtually, because of technology issues on their part or whatever. But some clients I just think you need to see in person. You just can't see them uh, virtually. But I do like the virtual telehealth and telemental health platform though, because it cuts down a lot of um, travel. I mean, it helps a whole lot, time consuming and everything.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, good point. Miss Vanita?
Just piggybacking on him, it does depend because I'm a play therapist, but I also see clients from my youngest is 3 and my oldest is 83. So the little kids and most of the teenagers prefer to come in to see me just because I have a playroom and it's more interactive and it's just easier to engage. Some of the adults, specifically people who work or people in the military, prefer to do virtual because that way they don't have to take off, drive an hour, come see me an hour and go home or go to work an hour. So it goes both ways. I personally prefer to be in person, but I do have a lot of people who still want to do it virtually. So it just really depends. I do like the fact that it allows you to see people who have transportation problems or who don't normally have access, like from the western parts of the state, who don't have access to mental health services. So it just really piggybacking on Mr. Richardson, it just really depends.
Absolutely, absolutely. I can see both sides. Absolutely. Thank you. Miss Regina?
Yeah, a couple of things. I do emergency services. I do pre-screenings. And so for us, just like Winona as well, I hope that's okay, Winona. We had no other choice because we weren't allowed in the hospitals to do pre-screening. So that was beneficial for us. Filtering back into the office, I have found that clients became very comfortable with telehealth and a lot of appointments were not kept. They wanted you to do it with them at home on your computer so they didn't have to leave the house. So I think that has been an issue from COVID as well. And we had to go back in the office and we had to see the clients face to face.
I agree. It's on both sides. I think specifically for those of us who see special needs children, trying to work through those challenges, not being able to do that virtually. All the people who were teachers during the pandemic, when we couldn't go anywhere, oh my goodness, I give them the world because they had to function in the midst of not having anything that they could work with. They were all virtual. So there's a good side and a bad side. In the beginning, when we first started doing telehealth, a lot of people were not on board. They were just used to it being a certain way, and this is the way that we see it, or how we see people. But like Miss Regina said, now that you try to put that genie back in the bottle, people aren't going for it because they're looking for convenience. They're looking for ways to do things where it doesn't take as much. If you have a family and you've got to get home and see, handle your family and small children and cook, it makes sense for them to do it that way. But like I said, it's not, all good. In some areas, it's not good for them. So at the same time, understanding what your client is going through, we're trying to make it to appointments, trying to do all of that. But at the same time, understand what the therapist is like, okay, well, do I need to pay for this overhead? Do I come out of the office? And I played with that for a while. When it first happened, I didn't come out of the office immediately. I wanted to wait around and see how things were going. One of the challenges with telehealth is initially, I believe they've kind of worked through some of the issues now, but what was I responsible for if you came into the office? Because they hadn't had a vaccine yet. And you're closing the door with this person. You don't know who has got what, and now they're in the office with you in a closed space. So that was then. Now it's different. So, it's definitely something that is still up for discussion, but I don't see this genie going back in the bottle. I definitely don't see it going back in the bottle. Ms. Fanita, and then we'll move on.
Now, the cons I feel of telehealth are, I've had situations where people will be driving. I'm like, I can't talk to you while you drive. Oh, I have the Bluetooth, the hands-free. No, because if you get in a car accident, I'm going to end up in the hospital from the heart attack. That's not happening. It's not, definitely. And then I've had situations where you talk about boundaries. Like I had a lady who I was like, is she using the bathroom? I mean, it was like that. Like, yeah, that was not a good time. And then some people,
serious?
I am not lying. I was like, only me. And then I've had people who are like, oh yeah, I'm still in bed. I'm like, I'm gonna need you to get out of bed.
Yeah.
I mean, just those kind of things. And then my total pet peeve is now, your session's at 4. I have sent you the Doxy link.
Mm-hmm.
You will wait for me to call you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, okay, I saw the, yeah, I'm gonna need you to log on. That drives me a little crazy. Because you wouldn't do that to I'm assuming, a medical doctor. And, it's just like, just take some responsibility for, you have a session. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great point. I'm so sorry you had to go through the bathroom incident. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about. And that's what we'll be talking about in this segment is, the parameters that go around us doing telehealth. Nowadays, you see commercials, attorneys who are, if there's a hit and run or there's an accident, attorneys, you don't even have to call us. You can just send us a text. So everything is moving that direction. And again, I'm looking for more conversation from our boards to be able to say, okay, since we're going to entertain this, this is what needs to be put in place. I'm still not seeing as much conversation. There's a little chatter, but again, having more conversation to what that is, because now that we are on this side of the pandemic, I don't believe that the pandemic is pretty much gone, like COVID is not gone, but more the less, what do we do with this? How do we do this? What does that look like? So I'm going to go back to the presentation and we'll get a chance to chat about it. So one of the things that's a really big piece is there are companies that are coming out saying that we are 100% virtual and this is what we do. And when the pandemic first started, they made me a little nervous because there wasn't discussion about, like Bernita said, about driving. I can be in the commercial red, I can be in the middle of Times Square and be seeing my therapist. Okay, in the middle of Times Square, that's not a good look. That's not something we want to do. But again, this is what was being promoted in commercials. So the challenge on the table is, how do we do this new thing in a safe way for the client as well as ourselves? The internet is widespread, people communicate back and forth. But is it safe? Because we are also in the era of safety, making sure we're not hacked. using certain things to ensure that there are parameters put around it so that no one can get this information. So these are the type of things to think about. And you may be thinking, okay, this is why I don't prefer it. I don't want to do that. But again, your clients do. And they like the idea of not having to come to the office. There are some that still want to come to the office. When I first started to come out of the office, I asked my clients, I surveyed them. And they said, well, okay, we're good with it, but we want to see you once a quarter. Okay, I can understand that, but that was the beginning of the pandemic. Now, when I survey them, they're like, oh no, Talisa, we're perfectly fine with this. So things have changed. But nonetheless, as the professional, we are the one who is responsible to ensure that if we do it this way, we have to have the right parameters around it, okay? So keep in mind with it causing this, what do we do as far as communicating in a secure manner so that the client's information is not breached? Some of the companies that are doing things online primarily, I haven't heard a whole lot of conversation about confidentiality, nor have I heard anything about where to do therapy. Most of the commercials are just, we can get you a therapist and kind of go from there. Had situations where a client is seeing me and now I'm virtual, they're in the park and they're talking to me in the park and they're looking on their phone and she turns around the phone to say, see, my therapist is amazing.com. And I was like, okay, now we need to have a conversation. And she was like, well, I said, this session needed to be someplace that was secure and private where we can discuss what's going on in your session. And this goes back to our conversation earlier about social media. Social media is about everybody has access to. If we're going to exist in the internet space, do we have the parameters around it to keep it secure? It is not where we turn it around so everyone can see. Okay, this is what our clients do not understand. They feel as though since you're in my space, that's what you have to calculate. You're in their space now. When I did counseling in people's homes, I'm in their space. What am I going to do in their space? What's okay, what's not? If I'm going to do therapy from home, where is there a secure place in my home that I can do therapy? Having earbuds in your ears so no one can hear conversation. Putting something up under the door so that your voice does not carry. Those are the things that we're starting to talk about when we talk about having ethics or boundaries about telemental health. So we have to go back to the code that says clients have the freedom to choose what to use with distance counseling, social media, or technology within the counseling practice. They have the right to choose. Counselors who engage, though, they should understand that they are subject to laws. Okay, and again, this is why I encourage the boards to be talking more, because we need to know what the decisions are for that board. What am I being held responsible for? The client sees it as convenience. To Vanetta's point, I'm in the bed with the phone turned up like this and we can have therapy. Okay, we need to have a conversation. I can't imagine someone going into the bathroom. But still, this is what I meant earlier about things coming up. We didn't have a whole coursework about doing things online. We were all thrown into this. But now that we're in, what do I have in place? Social media policy we talked about earlier. Telemental health or telehealth policy needs to be talked about in this section. What's okay, what's not? Driving is definitely not. Not just because I hear you get in an accident, but think about it from the risk management perspective. When that adjuster comes in to investigate what happened, we find out that Sally had been driving on a major highway discussing something really serious and caused an accident? How would that look to the insurance company? These are the things that we have to think about when we start talking about making it more convenient for clients to see us virtually. In the middle of a park, not a good idea. The commercial that used to come on, I think they've now taken it down, but having a therapist while you're in the middle of Times Square, no. Having a therapy session while you're in the room with a bunch of other people. I insist upon therapy sessions with earbuds in their ears so no one can hear conversation. But these are the things that start, again, building parts of this house together. If we're going to do this, this belongs here, that belongs there. Okay? So some things to consider also with telehealth or telemental health. Are we clear where the client is? They tell me they're in Georgia, but they moved to New York and didn't tell me. I'm not licensed in New York. I need to verify where this client is. In certain states, they are requiring you before the session starts to verify that the patient is still within the state that you are licensed. Because what the pandemic also did was free people to decide that they can move wherever, because now I don't have to go into the office, so I can live wherever. You should be doing therapy in the state for which you are licensed. And if this person is moving and has moved somewhere else, and you have no knowledge of that, that you need to know. The military, the person is based in Virginia, has now gotten new orders and they're in California, but hasn't told you that. For people who see clients through an EAP, I'll bring up Microsoft for that reason. Microsoft is based out west, but they have offices all over the United States. Could they be staying somewhere else and you don't know it? So this is something that the code is asking you to verify. The risks and benefits of engaging in distance therapy, meaning time zones. They may be in a different time zone. If I'm in an emergency, what is the rule about what happens when you contact me? Technology failure. What happens if the system goes down? What if your, let's say, laptop, because most of us are using laptops, fails, and you take it to the repair guy to fix it, and all of the client's information is in your laptop? How to be able to make sure that information is kept secure. All of those things have to be calculated when we start talking about telehealth. Okay. So social workers, their code is those who plan to use technology and service delivery should first take into account the client's abilities and needs to determine client's suitability or capability to both provide informed consent to the use of technology and the benefit of this modality of service delivery. They have to give approval to say, this is what I want to do. Not, we've made the decision and they then go along with it. Okay. It's definitely a good way to use, but with everything doesn't work the right way. Like I said, special needs or small children. What if someone is incapacitated and can't necessarily communicate online, doesn't know how to maneuver everything? Those are the things that we have to consider when it comes to doing telehealth. And I know it's popular, and I know people like to do that, and clients request that. But does this necessarily work? And if it does, do I have a policy put in place to address that? If you do decide to create a telehealth or telemental health policy, That is an addendum to your informed consent that we talked about earlier today. Feel free to have addendums, because if you thought with the exercise we had earlier, you know what, I hadn't thought about that, that needs to be added. All I ask is that you tell the clients to sign off on that area, that they receive that. That way they're aware there's a change coming about. Am I okay with that? Okay. So it's a new way. It opens a door, but it enters new norms into the conversation. Be informed about the new norms. She mentioned earlier about being in the bathroom, because where the phone goes, I go. Something as simple as being fully dressed when we have sessions. Some clients feel like I'm at home. This is what I wear when I'm home. What room are you in? Is it a room that's quiet where we can talk? You're starting to put parameters around the room that's building in this house. Okay. When you make an addendum, again, just get them to sign off. Other thing to consider when it comes to telehealth, if you're in private practice and accepting payments, you may be accepting payments via credit card. Do you have parameters around that credit card information that someone else cannot get access to? Those are things to consider, because they're not with you anymore. So you're trying to figure out how to take payments. And are you using a system that is secure? Okay. So all of this comes into play when we start talking about what the code refers to as distance counseling. Distance meaning they're not in front of you. I heard someone mention earlier when we were talking about sending correspondence, emails, things of that nature. Texting is now very, very common. But is it secure? Most people prefer to text versus call you. But do you have it secure? If a client texts you, for instance, they'll get a text from me the day before the session with me saying, confirming you have an appointment with Talisa Beasley tomorrow at blah, blah, blah time. They write me back, and this is something that comes from my software, but they will write me back and say, yeah, Talisa, I'll be there tomorrow. And by the way, Bobby is doing much better. Would that text then be classified as something clinical? Because that person mentioned something in our sessions in that text. So is the texting we're doing, is that secure? I know we've had many conversations in our community about emails and about them being encrypted. And that's a big discussion because, again, nowadays everything is technology. But are the texts secure? That's something to think about. Because primarily when clients respond, they add some other stuff. And some of us get so much text. As the young people say, they sent a book of stuff. Is that clinical? Does that get printed out and get put into the file? More and more people consider it a viable way of getting in touch with each other. It was so much easier for me to send you a text. Or you may not be available and I couldn't talk to you, so I just wanted to get the message to you. If someone stole your phone, could they see those messages? Those are some things to think about when it comes to our way of communicating with each other. Is this secure? So things to keep in mind and things to remember. We are the professional, and it's up to us to guide the flow of the therapeutic relationship. Client may forget, I'm the professional. Remember I said when the attorney asks for information, they're coming to us. They're not going to the client. Don't allow the client or the situation to carry you to a place you don't want to be in. Okay, so your main boundary, remember I referred to it as a door earlier, is that informed consent. You can make an addendum and include that in there. Client sign off. So I'm gonna take this off share just for a moment. And get some feedback. How do we feel about texting? Is that common? Do you get clients who text you things that we've discussed in this session? Do you see that a lot? What are your thoughts? Winona?
Thank you. I was trying to, looking for the.
No worries.
Okay. For me, I think maybe it's a generational thing, but I'm not comfortable with texting because it seems very informal. And the more informal I am in a client therapist relationship, the less likely they are going to be to like take initiative. Like they, I want to have a good rapport with my clients, but I want them to learn how to lean on themselves, not on somebody else. And I think that texting is a good excuse to say I'm participating without, or for a person to say I'm participating because I contacted you with a text. But to me, I'm very much a, face-to-face, word-to-word, ear-to-ear person. And I'm also an emergency services counselor with Regina, and you get so much more from the nonverbal communication when you're interacting with somebody than you do from a text that's across town or across the building. That it's just harder to put the pieces together. And the more room I give my clients to do that, the less likely they're, in most cases, not every case, but to not take more initiative. And so, and I know I'm biased. I'm aware that I have a bias because I don't like it. Let's just be honest. I don't like it, but that's why I don't like it, because I think for me, if I were to pursue therapy, I would want to talk to my therapist. I wouldn't want to send them notes and not know what they thought about my note. That wouldn't work for me. So anyway, I tried to show you both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, and thank you for your comment, Winona. But at the same time, it is very common, which is why I use the word norm. It's now a norm. This is not a preference. This is where we are in society. And someone made a comment in the text and said, you cannot control what a client will send you. That is correct. But when you respond in like kind, so Bobby is doing much better. Oh, I'm glad to hear Bobby's doing glad we talked about it. Now, is this a therapy note? Because what you can do when a client sends you something is redirect. So I was just confirming your appointment for tomorrow. We'll discuss Bobby tomorrow. End of conversation. You can redirect and say, okay, this is where we will have this conversation. At this point, it's not clinical because I haven't responded clinically about what we've discussed in the session. I just redirected that we'll have this conversation tomorrow when we have our session. Regina, your thoughts?
Yeah, in Virginia, text messages can be printed off and used as court documents. And so I think as counselors, we need to be very cognitive of that and cautious in what we send out in the text. Like you say, I was just calling you to remind you, texting you for your appointment tomorrow. But clients can get into a whole lot of other stuff, and they can be texting you whenever they want to text you, and they may be putting things out there that they really shouldn't be putting out there. So I think it's something we must I know it's the norm. Everybody texts. I text with my kids. I text with some of the coworkers and stuff, but I just feel like it's something that we have to be very cautious of, since it can
Absolutely.
end up in the courthouse.
Absolutely. And you said something that was important. You have to be cognitive of that. Let me pay attention to what's being said, because like you said, they can send whatever, but I'll redirect and say, well, let's discuss that tomorrow. End of story. Because again, is this secure? This is your phone. People are hacking into a lot of stuff. Is there a breach here? And it's easier to see it on social media because it's on the screen, it's on, some other platform, but we're now talking your phone. And that's what people do. They're going to say something, I'm feeling a lot better. You're going to say that. You do that yourself when you talk to someone. The question is, does this belong here? And if I now respond in kind, then is this a session? Should this be printed off and then put inside the patient's file? Those are some things to think about. Great comment, Regina. Eddie Wiggins?
Yeah, I was just curious, because I know that I'm not allowed to do any texting with people that I provide services to. But I do know that with but like hospitalization, for instance, I get text messages that says, I want to confirm your appointment on such and such a day, but it says that you cannot respond, do not respond to this message. So in other words, that's a fail safe to prevent them from sending me any type of message or me sending them any kind of message. So I'm just wondering if that's something that could be implemented with, the people I provide service to.
That's a great question. And again, this is why I think it's important for us to have the discussion. In a way, that part of do not respond to that is the kill safe to say, I advised you not to respond, so then this is not me. But again, like I said, when it's our phone, I'm going to respond in like kind and say, oh, I'm glad to hear that. Or, what? So being cognitive of what's actually happening here. I'm just confirming. But it is so normal to respond to a text. It's just normal. We're human. But now we want to be aware of what's happening here. And that's why I made the comment, don't go allow a situation to take you someplace you don't necessarily want to be. But this is why I encourage our boards to be able to start having these discussions. What do we do with these? I think that's a great idea, Eddie. A great idea. Please do not respond to this. A lot of us have work phones, so we can, have it. But I know my work phone, when I do suicide work, does not do that. And now in Georgia, I'm not sure about the rest of the country, they've now set it up where people can text if they're in emergency and get emergency services. I haven't inquired how they do that because I'm not on that side, but I'm curious. Do they have it set up in the system where it's secure? Don't know. But these are the discussions to be had to figure out what's okay, what's not. Because like I said, it's a norm, which means people are just doing it without thinking. And I like the idea, so very good point.
One other thing is I think there would be a price tag on that. I'm not 100% sure. So it would be, what's the price tag on it would be a consideration.
Yeah. Yeah. To that point, when we, if you're in private practice and you're having to work on a secure platform, there was a price with that. What do we do to be able to have that? But again, these are things to think about in the process of your everyday lives. When you're working, we're not thinking about that. I'm just responding, and then I move on to the next client. But if it's not secure and I'm responding in like kind, could that be considered a therapy session? So something I can't even talk, to think about. So we've had a conversation today. Looks like we have Hicks. I'll let you respond and then I'll move on.
So just something for like the boards to think about is that we have younger people that are, starting in the professions, I should say, and they are more into the technology less into wanting to get up and go to an office building, to, so doing the things from home. And I think that we need to, seriously consider when we're making these policies on what technology can we use. I mean, just like you were saying earlier, where the client is in, New York City, and whatever. We actually have therapists that don't think that's a problem for them to be somewhere else, right? I mean, I have someone that I work with, and her door is shut, and this is just kind of something a little bit separate, but her door is shut a couple of hours a day, every day. And she's doing private practice therapy on company time because she can with the technology, and sometimes, we have, like I work with another girl who, she's a young, I don't know, 28-year-old, 29-year-old, and she does some private practice on the side in the evenings, and she has a husband, in the house, and, does she, she has the door shut, but does she have it so that he can't hear, those sort of things. So stuff like that, needs to be considered, just based on the idea that, we have people coming into the professions all the time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that what you're saying is correct. Again, it's just in the beginning of the pandemic, we were all thrown into. Now that we're on the other side, we need to have more conversation of what these things are going to look like, because there are a lot of people working from home.
Right.
And what does that look like? What parameters do we have in place to keep things secure?
Right.
So very good point. Thank you.
Not only just keeping it secure, but she's keeping it professional.
Absolutely. 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 So again, as you can see, we looked at it from the perspective in the beginning. We were talking about from the client. We start looking at it for ourselves. And now we're starting to talk about the parameters around things and what we need to do. I want to go back to self, though, because in the midst of all of this that's happened, going into the pandemic, as providers, we were traumatized too. We had people calling us all over the place, and we need to see you, we need to see you. And we're trying to accommodate, and we're trying to deal with. And again, we're struggling. When you're in that place that you are not addressing your own needs, it's a dangerous spot because you're going to make reactionary decisions. Okay, so now we're talking about, in this final leg of our webinar, of being sound within self. Am I okay? That's okay to ask out loud. Am I okay? Not, I got to go to work. Very clear that we have to go to work, but am I okay? Dealing with a lot. Even though we're providers, we're part of the pandemic too. In the beginning, there was a lot of fear. Will we be at home forever? This is prior to the vaccines. How long is this going to last? I know sometimes I'm tired of Zoom. I don't want to be on Zoom. What does that look like? If I do go back to the office, like I said, the challenge I had is, if I go in the office with the door shut, am I going to bring something back to my parent? I was concerned about that and actually worried. So am I okay? Something to ask self, am I okay? Nothing wrong with that. Taking inventory about what we're dealing with, in addition to the clients that we see. So I'm going to go back to this session, and we'll talk about that for a little bit. Safety is first. How am I feeling? Yeah, we want to keep the client safe. That's what we are bound to do ethically. But are we staying safe as a clinician? I may be tired. You know, it's been a lot going on. I may have something personally going on. How do I balance that out and still be able to do what I do? They say when you're driving, and it is a law, that you should not be sleepy. They literally classify that as, if you were caught, a DUI, because you're under an influence. You can't manage this car, this vehicle. Imagine that when you see clients. Are you operating at less than a full value? Are you struggling with, even sometimes when we go through a lot, hearing the client? I know dealing with death. I heard someone talking. I promise you, I didn't hear a word they said, because I'm dealing with something. Throughout today, we've talked about having a therapist, having somewhere to put our things. The name of this webinar is Finding My Safe Zone. What is safe? Ethics, yeah, I have to follow these ethics. I have to take this in order to keep my license. But when we don't operate in a safe zone, we find ourselves in danger. So being ethically sound, sound within self. Are you sound? What does that even look like? Internal fears can be communicated when I'm not sound. Your body language tells things. This is too much. I've had enough. Taking time off may be needed. In the suicide work that I do, that's heavy stuff. And every now and again, I just need a minute. Take some time off, Talisa. You just need a break. You got all this sick time and you don't go anywhere. Or all this vacation time, you don't go anywhere. Taking inventory of how you feel is important in the therapeutic process. It is also being ethical. What is my contribution to this? Am I all here for this session with this client? Or am I tired? I'm just tired. So think about our relationship with clients. Being sound in that transaction with them. You're providing a service. The way you avoid missteps is to be cognizant of what's going on, which is why I mentioned the texting earlier, because it's so common, but we don't think about it that way all the time. I'm just responding and then I'll move on to the next client. When you do not keep a good look on what's happening, missteps will happen. Okay? So we're looking at how sound you are. Am I okay? Are there blind spots that can be created from not being okay? Doing your own internal work. Clients are expecting us, actually, they look to us to actually be sound. And truth be told, we're not sound all the time. They don't think we have any issues. Our life is just great. No, we have issues. We're human. As someone said earlier in the chat, we're human. Recognizing that I need a minute is important. Recognizing what I bring to the table, the service that I do offer. Do I even value that? Getting clear. What do I bring to the table? Not, I just do this job. What do I bring to the table? The value that I'm offering to this client. I hear a lot of people in this industry say, you know, yeah, I do this, I help the client, and the focus is the client, never about themselves. The client sought you out, especially if you're in private practice. They sought you out because they thought you could help them. Therefore, they valued what you had. But if you don't value what you have, that's problematic. If I don't see it as a value, then we have a problem. When you can see the value that you offer, you start to answer the question of why. It helps you identify your purpose in this. It may not be your life purpose, but your purpose in what you're doing. That's bigger than I'm just collecting a check. It helps you identify what not to do. What we talked about earlier about manipulation. If I know why I'm doing this, then I can easily say no to something that's not along that line. It helps your clients be clear about what you're offering them. Clients say to me a lot, you know, I came to you to fix me. Fix me. I said, that's a little bit too much pressure. I can't fix you. I can work with you on finding the solution you're looking for, but I can't fix you. And they say it sometimes in jest, but behind every joke, there's some truth. I can't fix you. I'm here to support you in your process and help you through this. I don't like the weight of fixing. That means it's all my responsibility. That's a little bit too much weight. So you start looking at what your purpose is in what you do. I mentioned earlier about value. When you start talking value, now having the conversation about those in private practice that charge fees, now you're starting to give some reason as to why you charge this fee. Because there's a value here. And when clients pay for fees, it puts value for them. If it's complimentary, it tends to get reduced in value. Someone said it earlier about, you know, if they were going to go see an attorney or see a doctor, that's high on the totem pole. I'm going to go see my attorney. They are there on time. But a therapy session, 5 minutes before, they will cancel. You offer value. So think about your prices as it relates to the value that you offer. For those also in private practice, I will also bring complimentary services, legal services. Most times when you work for an agency, they have that already assigned. But for those in private practice, things like Legal Shield are really helpful. You have an attorney I can reach out to in case there's an issue. These are complementary things that add to what you do. Breaches happen when I'm not clear on my why. I will easily step into something that I'm not sure of because I don't know my why. I'll get dragged into something. Well, Talisa, you're really good at this and you can help my family. And no, I understand what my why is. Therefore, I can't do that. I can refer you to somebody if you need that, but not necessarily something that I do. So we talked earlier, one of the things in our objectives we talked about was fees. This is a big discussion within the community about what to do about cancellation fees. Some people feel like it should never be charged. Some people feel like it should be charged. I'm not saying either is good or bad. I'm saying have more conversation around that. Sometimes how we feel about money is related to how we have a relationship with money. But again, I will say, you value what you pay for. You do not walk into Tiffany's and say, I would like to have this, and they just let you have it. It has a heavy value. Same thing with what we offer clients. It's valuable. But how you see it is what we're talking about. What's your relationship with money? So clients will pay for services when they see that there's a value. I mentioned earlier today that I was seeing clients Monday through Friday. Friday, I kept getting a lot of cancellations. So I took out Fridays, but I also incorporated cancellation fees. The cancellations went way down. There's a value. I'm there to have the session with you. You're not there. Things happen. I'm aware of that. Things happen. And I make concession for things that do happen. Sometimes the meeting is called last minute. I'm quite sure you did not go out and try to get the flu on purpose. You didn't do that. But when there's a history of it or a habit, it's something different we have to discuss. When you start talking about things of value, automatically what comes into the conversation is respect. Clients will respect paying for services if you respect the services you offer. If I respect what I offer and the client respects it, we're in a good place. If the client does not respect it and you do, we have a conflict. And you do not, sorry, we have a conflict. So when you address those issues, we start talking again about what's too much, where's the cutoff, and how far am I willing to go with this? Same thing happens personally. How far am I willing to go with this? How far am I going to continue to operate on fumes and not refill myself? That is the definition of burnout. I'm operating on fumes. I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. When you do that, you're operating out of a deficit. Constantly pouring out and don't have anything poured back in. So you have to pay attention to that. What am I putting out that I'm not getting back in? The bottom line is you have to take care of yourself. And we preach self-care, but in our industry as well as healthcare, I don't see it being used as often. We preach it to our clients too. You got to take care of yourself, but you have to take care of yourself. So I'll bring back the quote that we talked about earlier today. A lack of boundaries invites a lack of respect. A lack of boundaries invites a lack of respect. I'm going to take this off share. Now tell me what you think that quote means to you. Is it something different? Do you see it different after what we've talked about all day today? What are your thoughts? Mr. Richardson?
Yes, ma'am. Well, boundaries is like a one of the common trainings that we have here. One of my coworkers, boundaries is something he speaks on, and a lot of my other coworkers, they get upset with it because of him bringing the boundaries up, but they don't understand the importance of boundaries. So your topic, and when you shared it with us earlier today, I very much understood that because boundaries are very important. We set boundaries all the time. A lot of the times we might not even understand that we're setting the boundary. You know what I mean? But when it comes to work, because of some of my past mistakes, in previous jobs with boundaries have caused me issues. So I understand boundaries is very, very important. But yeah, I get my share of that around here. Is as a provider, one of the things that in this training that I got today is more so being from both sides of the track, you know, as a client as well as being a provider, you know, getting caught in with the social media side as well with things, knowing not to put my hand in that fire, you know, so to say. So, and again, that's those boundaries when it comes to clients or certain veterans, even distancing myself with some vets that I knew prior to even having a job that I have. So I had to learn how to distance myself. But
Absolutely.
yeah, boundaries is very important. So I really understood that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Charles Stamper?
Well, I was going to say that something I was reminded of in this course, and it was a great course. Thank you for putting this on. It was wonderful.
Thank you.
Is my own one thing is my own validation, and the other thing is about those boundaries. So it could be easy for I just looking at myself for someone to say, you know, you're such a good listener, or you always make me feel so, et cetera, whenever I talk to you, and stroking my ego, making me feel good about myself. And I just take that in. And then because I have my own needs and my own life, so recognizing my own limitations and my own, I say even weaknesses on the kind of validations I feel I'm getting by helping other people. And then I'm disservicing them because now I'm putting myself in a position to where, just like in that clip that we watched and some of the conversations we had, that now they see me as the source when I'm just a funnel. I'm just an elbow pipe. They give it to me. I give it to the resource, to the source I believe that can help them, and vice versa. I am a conduit. I'm an ambassador. I'm not the source. So it's just recognizing my own shortcomings in that to catch myself when it feels good, because it feels good when people give you compliments and comments.
Absolutely.
and you feel like you're doing a good job, and you feel like you've earned, you deserve that, you worked for that. But me being really careful that that I don't become the reservoir to where they get their strength from, their resources from. So that's one thing. And as far as the respect aspect goes, and boundaries, yeah, we teach people how to treat us.
Right.
So yeah, setting those boundaries is really important. And I've known therapists who, from different backgrounds, be it psychological and even spiritual, to where they would set on their calendars, on their schedules, they will block a certain time, and they would block that time for themselves. And people would try to say, hey, are you available at 2:00 on Wednesday? No, I'm not available 2:00 on Wednesday. Oh, can you kind of adjust your schedule? No, can't. No, that's a very important appointment. I have to make that. And that's your time. You scheduled that time for you. That's your block time. They don't need to know who it's for. Well, that's my time for me. No, you don't tell them that. I have a very important appointment. I cannot reschedule that. Absolutely. And that's your time to recharge and to reground yourself. So that's just a little tip that someone taught me a long time ago, that some therapists tend to do, and might be a good idea for us to maintain that tradition.
Absolutely. Thank you for your comment. Yeah, you have to make sure that you look out for self. It is not good to be the martyr and, you know, you go down and you can't take care of self. That does not help anybody. So you definitely have to take care of self. Thank you. Virginia, you'll be the last comment before we end today.
Thank you. I was just thinking about this and taking it back to the texting, clients texting you. A lack of boundaries is a lack of respect. And so clients can very easily fall into, I can just text Regina and she'll get back with me. I'll just text her now. and they might be texting you. They think it's a very, very urgent issue, and for them it is. I mean, I'm not going to doubt that, but on my days off, I have always had my computer up and my cell phone on, which is not good, clear boundaries. So I'm just now starting to where when I'm off, I turn off my phone, I turn off my computer, and I take that time for myself.
Absolutely.
And, you know, clients can, they can have a lot of issues that you really truly feel sorry for them and you want things to be better for them. And that can get you pulled into stuff if you're not really, really careful. So boundaries are very important. I think
Absolutely.
this workshop, I don't normally enjoy one that lasts so many hours, but this has been a fantastic training. I really appreciate it. You did a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, we enjoyed all of you, and my homework for everybody, because I'm famous for homework, you are to enjoy your weekend. So you all have a fabulous weekend. Make sure you put your email addresses in the chat so that you can get your credit for attending today. And again, it has been my honor, and I thank you so much. So you guys have a fabulous weekend.
Thank
Take
you
care.
so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
And the
Take care,
CD will
everybody.
be coming soon. Have a great weekend, everybody.
All right.
Thank you.